Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Greg the Orcish Fiddler here, and this is all working, right? Nope, I'm in the wrong place. Ha ha ha. Let's try that again. Hi! Um, Darp. Well, my brain is blarp today. Hope you are all doing well. We are going to be playing a little bit of King's Quest VI. So, last night, I was watching a streamer who was playing this, and I was like, I remember this game. So I decided that I was poking around my hard drive, and I'm like, oh, hey, I've actually got a copy of this game. I played this in my childhood quite some time ago. Rehydrating there. I played this quite some time ago, and I had the Windows Enhanced version. So I don't know where my disc or my manual ended up. I have like this faint memory of being like, I've already beaten this. I'm never gonna want to play it again. There's gonna be new games to play. You know, kind of discounting the whole nostalgia factor. But yeah, so I really did enjoy this game as a kid. I used to play a lot of King's Quest games. My very first King's Quest games that we played was back in high school. Our math teacher had computers in the back, and he had like King's Quest. He had 1, 2, and 3. But the discs for 1 and 2, like some of the discs, I don't know if we had all the discs for 1 or if it was just a single disc. I know the second one. Why is it saying latest? For some reason, I got a message that my stream ended? What? Hold on a second. Let me check them here. I know the second one. No, but it's still going. Streamlabs, what's your problem? Anyway. So, where was I? So, the lab in the back had King's Quest 1, 2, and 3. 2, I think, was missing a disc. 1 had a corrupt disc. So, King's Quest 3 was the only one that we can actually play. And we couldn't get anywhere in it. Like, we only got, like, maybe 10, 15 minutes to play the game at the end of class, if that. And we always got clobbered by that stupid thing where you have to go down the mountain and do stuff. There's, like, a place behind a rock that's, like, really thin, and, you know, being little kids, we didn't understand better. We, instead of using the arrow keys, using the number pad to go diagonally so that you don't fall off the damn cliff. And I think, no, we actually did have 4 as well, although, I don't have quite as many memories about that one. I think that one came kind of late, and then I graduated or something. I don't know. I remember playing 5 over at my neighbor's, and then 6 was what I purchased. So in a sense, I did get to play all the King's Quest games up through 6, but 6 was the only one that I actually got to own. We're gonna play the opening. Well, I'm afraid to play the opening because when I played the when I first turned this on, this Sierra theme really blasted my ears out. So. We'll go ahead and we'll play the opening in a little bit here. But first, more story time. So yeah, King's Quest VI was a lot of fun. When I first played this, the ending that I ended up getting was good, but not great. There were some things that I kind of goofed up at the beginning. So what I'm going to try and do on this playthrough, I'm going to try my best to get the best ending. If I can't get the best ending, then I'll just get the best that I can. So I do have tags on here for Backseat Gaming. There's no story spoilers. I know how this game it runs and everything like that. So if people want to participate in chat, you are very welcome to do so. If you have questions, if you've never played this game before and you're like, what is that about? Ask me and I'll run through the commands. I don't care. This is just a fun time. We're gonna have a fun time today. All right, let's go ahead and play the opening, and let's just hope and pray that it doesn't explode my ears. If it does, you'll probably hear me scream. So here we go. Ah! Okay, yep.
Long ago, in the castle of a kingdom called Daventry.
Had to rip up my earbuds there.
Alexander, here you are. Oh, you're still not
Hey,
thinking
Snuggles.
about Cosima, are you?
I suppose I am.
Son, it's been months. You've got to pull yourself together. After all,
So this
you
is
only
very,
met
very
her that
early
once.
3D
I know.
animation.
Have you discovered anything about the land of the Green Isles?
No. No one's even heard of it. It's like she's just vanished.
I wish I could help. Please try to think about something else, dear.
I'll try, Mother.
Yeah, this is a good game. I'd say this is a fairly well refined iteration on it. So now we've got Alex moping because beautiful princess and Alexander.
Alexander, I feel so alone. I don't know what to do. Alexander, I wish you were here. Alexander, Alexander, Alexander.
Cosima! Wait! Mother! Mother, come quick!
Alexander, what on earth? You're white as a ghost.
Mother, I saw Cosima. She was in the mirror.
In the mirror? The magic mirror?
Yes! And it showed me how to find her.
How?
The stars! I saw the stars outside her window. I can navigate by the stars.
Oh, Alexander, if you really go...
It will be all right, Mother. I promise.
I mean, considering the game's age, it's not a bad attempt at 3D. Oh, that's the story, I think. Herc. Herc. Okay, birds. That's enough. Oh, this is supposed to be so serene, but motion sickness. I never played this. I probably should. I will give them credits for getting ship
Prince
rock.
Alexander sailed the known seas and beyond.
Because I imagine a lot of lazy crazy just make it straightforward.
Land ho! Land ho! Land ho!
I see pixels in the distance. That was really basic
As the ship nears the shore, day turns to night and the sea turns violent.
It is. It is very reminiscent of this particular era. Like it gives you a vibe of, King's Quest 6 and Daggerfall and things like that. Okay, now we're up to the credits. I don't think we need to look at the credits, do we? Yeah.
Alexander awakens to find himself on an unfamiliar beach.
Okay, now I
For
can
a
put this
moment,
back in.
he is too dazed to remember how he got here. Then, he does remember. The shipwreck. The sea. Just as he had seen his men safely into the lifeboats, a gigantic wave picked him up and tossed him overboard into the churning sea. That was the last he'd seen of his crew. Debris from the shipwreck is scattered along the shore, but of the lifeboats and his men, there is thankfully no trace. He can only hope and pray that the lifeboats survived the currents, and that his men made their way safely back to Daventry.
Okay, let's turn that volume down just a hair. And we'll leave it right around there, I guess. And of course, let's go ahead and save. So, for anybody wondering about the audio fonts being used here, I did play this on the Windows version, so I'm using the Windows MIDI font. Excuse me. But yeah, let's adventure. So I have played this game before, but I am gonna try for the best ending here. So hopefully I don't screw anything up.
Alexander picks up his royal insignia ring from the beach. Alexander pushes the plank to one side.
And if
A box has been partially buried under sand.
if the audio is not loud enough, let me know and I can turn that up.
Alexander takes the coin and leaves the ruined box where it is.
Perfect? Good, good, good.
The remains of Alexander's sailing ship lie dashed upon the distant shore.
So according to this, we've sailed the known seas and beyond. I'm presuming that this is like quote unquote quite some time. We shoved the sailors into a lifeboat. How long are they expected to survive all the way to Daventry? Like, is this like a day trip? Is that what we're looking at here? Or are we talking like months in the open waters in a little lifeboat with like a whole crew? Well, maybe it's multiple lifeboats. I'll give them that. But, food, water, all the way back to where they started. I would really kind of hope that they made it to these shores here because that stands a greater chance of surviving, maybe. I don't know. But, the game is kind of hand-waving all of that. Okay. Actually, before we do that, let's just take a look at some things.
A grand old tree stretches its luxurious limbs out over the crossroads. A hollow in the trunk of the old tree forms a perfect nesting place for wildlife.
Can we touch it?
Alexander examines the tree's hollow, but finds nothing of interest.
Oh, well, okay. And I don't think there ever is anything of interest in that hollow. Like, it's there just for the sake of being there. Okay, let's go ahead and save. You know how these games are, save often.
The sign says pawn shop. The pawn shop window has the words curios and antiques painted on it. What an interesting looking shop. The sign above the door says Ali's Books. A large round pot is one of the pottery pieces on display outside the shops.
Old lamps for new. Old lamps for new.
There's a battered wicker chest in front of a shop. The battered chest does not interest Alexander. It's probably full of plain earthenware. An old beggar is peddling his wares in the village. He offers a variety of lamps, all neatly lined up on a long pole.
Good day.
Let us have a chat.
Good day, merchant. Can you tell me what land this is?
By the moon's light, what a question. You must have been out too long in the sun, or perhaps knocked your head upon a rock.
No. Well, perhaps. I was in a shipwreck, you see. My crew and I were trying to reach the land of the Green Isles. I think, well, at least I hope, my men got away safely in the lifeboats. But I myself appear to be rather stuck here.
Ah, I see. You must pardon my incredulity, but it has been so long since we have had a foreign visitor. You wrecked your ship, young traveler, due to the currents and reefs around the islands. If your crew was wise enough to steer clear of the isles and head home, they should be fine. In any case, you have met your objective, however bumpy the journey.
You mean, this is the land of the Green Isles? Oh, thank the heavens! I had followed the stars, you see, and I thought I was close, but...
The stars? You must be quite a sailor. But what is the purpose of your visit?
I come for... Well, I mean, I hope to see... I met some time ago.
Say no more. You are smitten with a maiden, are you not? What other than love could so confuse a man's tongue?
I'm afraid so. It is Princess Cassima.
By the desert sands, when you fall in love, you do not mess around, do you?
Is she here?
This is the Isle of the Crown, young man. The castle of the Crown stands on the hill. If it is Cassima you seek, that is where to look.
The Castle of the Crown. Thank you, merchant.
And good luck to you, lad. You shall need it.
Okay. Oops.
Alexander is carrying a copper coin of Daventry. King Graham graces the front of the coin. Alexander's ring is made of the purest gold and has the insignia of the royal family of Daventry on its face.
Which is apparently just the letter D. Okay.
Good day, merchant. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I can tell you she is in a dark time. Without the ferry, communication between the islands has ground to a halt, and so nearly has my business. Why the long ages of peace have ended, and why the crown has not done something about it is beyond me. But then, I am a shopkeeper, not a politician, and can only hope for better days.
How bide you, good merchant?
Quite well, though a purchase would not hurt me any.
Well, let's see what we can do about that.
I have this copper coin. Is it of any value to you at all?
Most interesting. I have never seen a Daventry coin before, but it is copper genuine enough. I might even find a buyer who is interested in foreign currency. The items on the front counter are the only things in the store that I can let go for the price of 1 copper. You may make your choice from there.
Alexander looks at the items on the counter to make his selection.
I see you have noticed my mechanical nightingale. She is made of plain tin, but she sings the sweetest song you can imagine, barely distinguishable from the real thing. The flute is only made of plain wood, but its notes are fine and true. Ah, yes, the painter's brush. It was well used by one of the island's best painters. There's a lot of creativity in that brush, and its bristles are still in good condition. Have you an interest in tinder boxes? This one is only slightly battered. It holds a good supply of flint, a sturdy striking pad, and even a candle in case you find yourself with naught else to hold the flame.
That was something that this game kind of boasted about, was how they had like done a lot of extra work compared to the previous game. Or maybe the previous game had some tracking. Either way, um, I know that like the DOS version, like it had the portraits were not quite as fine as the Windows version, um, or the enhanced edition or something like that. I wish I could remember whether or not the DOS version had the same level of detail for the lip syncing. But yeah, they did a really fantastic job. Not just on these, as you'll see in a little bit, the animal mouths also did a really good job.
That mechanical nightingale looks intriguing. I believe I'll take it.
Very well. Your coin is well spent. Remember, this is a pawn shop. I am always willing to take back my own goods in trade.
I'll remember. Thank you.
Alexander feels his...
Nope, nope.
Alexander takes a mint. An elegant little glass dish decorates the countertop. The dish is full of green mints offered for the enjoyment of the customer.
Okay.
Hello. I will be right up. Now, what can I do for you?
Good day, sir. I'm a stranger in this land. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
That is quite a question, young man. Who are you, and what would you have me tell you?
My name is Alexander. I know I'm on the Isle of the Crown, but I'd like to know whatever you can tell me about this island, and if there are other islands nearby.
You are indeed a stranger. Anxious is the man who knows not the customs of the land beneath his feet. This island is called the Isle of the Crown,
Yeah.
because the royal family's castle is here. Besides the castle, we also have this village, and the docks over to the west. There are at least 3 other islands. The Isle of the Sacred Mountain, the Isle of the Beast, and the Isle of Wonder.
At least 3? Does no one know for certain?
This is no ordinary land, Alexander. The land of the Green Isles has always been a place of vague boundaries, as if islands come and go. Legend speaks of a 4th island, an isle shrouded in mists. I myself have never seen it. Then, too, the land of the Green Isles is said to exist on the boundaries of this world and the next. Even darker places are reputed to be closer here than anywhere else in the world.
That's quite a claim.
Hi, Cole.
Claim, yes, but probably just local superstition. We who live here on the Isle of the Crown, at least, sleep well enough at night.
Those first 3 islands you mentioned, how might I learn more about them?
Ideally, a young man seeking such knowledge would travel to their shores and learn about them firsthand. Meeting the leaders of each place would be helpful, naturally. Unfortunately, the ferry no longer runs between the islands. There has been much political unrest, and it has been too dangerous to travel for years. Perhaps the ferryman can tell you more. He has little enough to do these days. And if you haven't been there already, you might seek an audience at the castle.
Thank you kindly, merchant, for all your good advice.
Ah, but advice is free, Alexander. Making use of it costs much more.
I don't know. I know a lot of people where advice is not free. You know, therapists, for example. So yeah, Snuggles, I agree. The whole thing where we've got the books framing the bottom of this, and then seeing through it, it's a really nice framing thing that I don't know Are there recent games that capture this kind of technique? You know, with everything being 3D, I feel like this is one of those like lost arts. Okay, Retro Zone, aka Cole, thank you so much for the host. Alright, let's see. What is this?
How much for that book on the counter, merchant?
It is a fine book, is it not? I obtained it from the estate of the one and only magician this kingdom has ever had. Poofed himself into an aardvark in the end, or so I heard. I never found the spells all that useful myself, but then I lead a boring life. I tell you what, if you can find another rare book, something a bit more marketable, I might be willing to exchange the spell book for it.
So for a moment there, he kind of was communicating by telekinesis. I think that happened in the in my copy as well. Let's see.
Alexander is not interested in those self-help books. Alexander is not interested in those self-help books.
Oh, what about over here then?
Thinking of Cosima, Alexander decides to leaf through one of the volumes of love poetry. He reads, "Thy hair, thy lips, thy beauteous face, and all thy studied female grace have won for thee anon a place within this broken breast." Not bad. And another. "Upon the shore the lilies bend, untouched by worldly care, where shadow they her earthly bed, oh, that she were not there." Yikes. And another. "What was it when I looked at you? What power has chained me through and through, and binds my heart with links so tight I cannot live without the sight of you? What nameless thing has captured me, and made me powerless to flee? What thing is it without a name that brings my mind e'er back the same
You mean
to
Space
thee?
Quest?
The name of love cannot apply. Its commonness does not decry the haunted, hunted, painful cry that my heart makes for you, that ere my soul eternal makes for you."
A little close to home, that one.
Alexander returns the love poem book to the shelf.
Yeah, Space Quest was another one. We had, I think 1, 2, and 3, in our classroom. We got further in those ones than we did the King's Quest games.
Alexander picks up the fallen page. It's the love poem he particularly liked. It must have fallen out of the poetry book.
I see that old volume has lost another page. You may keep it if you like, sir. I have glued the stubborn thing back in place 2 times already.
I do rather like it. Thank you, merchant.
He's not a very good bookbinder if he can't get it to stick. Well, I guess I shouldn't be critical of that. He could just not have good materials on the island for gluing things.
There's a small table near the door that bears a sign. The sign has undergone a number of changes. It once read 10 pence, but that was crossed out and replaced with 5 pence, then 1 pence, then free. The sign currently reads, "Take one, please." Only one book remains on the table. It looks like the bookshop owner really wants to get rid of that book. Alexander picks up the book from the small table.
Oh, yes, please, take that book. You have my most humble thanks for doing so, good sir.
Really? Thanks.
Alexander rests his feet for a moment. Alexander picks up and leafs idly through a book called The Changing Role of Court Entertainers Through the Ages. Well, that was refreshing. An old man occasionally steals sidelong glances at Alexander from under a concealing hood.
Good day, sir.
The mysterious old man just ignores Alexander.
Let's see. Okay.
Would you be interested in this ring?
It is a stunning ring, but I do not deal with jewelry and personal effects. Books and hard gold are all I can handle. You might check with my neighbor next door, though. He deals in such things.
Okay, I wasn't sure whether or not he would do that or not. I know that I need to keep the ring. I can't, like, give it away. Oops, wrong button. Nope. So looking for the Space Quest games for a good price, I stumbled upon the fact. Yeah, I think that's probably why I saw somebody streaming it. They're having a sale on all these games. And I will be right back. I just have to hit the bathroom and get myself a replacement water. So enjoy. Wait a minute.
You lazy thing! Get back to work and stay away from those roses! I've told you 1,000,000 times, those flowers are too sweet for the likes of you! You've still got to do the breakfast dishes, make lunch, and clean the stables yet this morning! And get your veil back on! No one wants to look at your face!
Yes, stepmother.
Well then, okay. now that we're done listening to the harsh stepmother, now I will be right back. So enjoy that music for a moment. And the roses and the other things. Alright, I got me some water. Chilled from the fridge. Apparently my microphone is picking up the road vehicles. That's always fun. Which was left and which was right? You're left. Alright, let's actually go to the castle.
Old lamp!
Yes, yes, yes. Hold on, let me put that up just a hair. Oh, jeez.
Excuse me, guardsmen. Guard dogs. I've been traveling for months to see Princess Cassima. I would like an audience, please.
I'm sorry, but the princess is not receiving visitors, particularly not strangers. Alexander decides to show his royal insignia ring to the Castle of the Crown Guards. With all of his papers lost in the shipwreck, it is the only possible calling card he can think of.
Good day. I'm Prince Alexander of Daventry. I'm an acquaintance of Princess Cassima. If you could just inform her that I'm here, please.
So everyone says. Let me just look at that ring.
What does it say, Gruff?
Kingdom of Daventry, Prince Alexander. Wait here while I go see what Captain Saladin thinks of this.
Captain Saladin has, like, one of the best voice actors, period. There are highs and lows in this game for voice acting. The guard returns a moment later with a majestic-looking creature. Captain Saladin speaks with a voice that is gentle, but reflects a will of iron.
Prince Alexander of Daventry, I presume. I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with your country, but I'm sure Wazir Al-Hazred will want to meet you, if indeed you are a friend of the princess. Please follow me.
So like we were talking about before, really good lip syncing on that art.
Lord Al-Hazred, a visitor to see you. Prince Alexander of Daventry.
What is it that you seek, Prince Alexander?
Pardon the intrusion, my lord, but I came to see Princess Cassima. Some months ago, my father, King Graham, saved my family and I from imprisonment under an evil wizard named Mordak.
The same wizard that kidnapped the princess?
Exactly. When my father rescued us, he also liberated Cassima and sent her home.
Then your father has my gratitude, and that of the entire kingdom. But I'm afraid I still fail to see the purpose of your visit.
Well, I came to make sure that Cassima arrived safely and to pay my respects. Before we parted, she gave me an invitation to visit.
I have no doubt she did exactly that at the time, Prince Alexander. However, things have greatly changed for Cassima since her ordeal in Mordak's castle. Cassima's parents both became ill and died while she was gone. Cassima is sequestered in mourning for them as befits a princess. She is not receiving visitors of any kind. Even if she were, I do not think your visit would be appropriate. You see, it is time for Cassima to take her responsibilities seriously. With her parents gone, she no longer has the luxury to be a carefree maiden. As was her parents' wish, Cassima and I are to be wed. We shall rule the kingdom together. I assure you, our marriage is all Cassima wants now. As a prince and a gentleman. It would be best that you leave before there is any further embarrassment.
I see. I suppose that I was mistaken. I thought for certain that Cosima... Well, I apologize.
A young man sees what he wishes to see. I'm sorry you've wasted your time traveling to the land of the Green Isles. May your journey home be swift.
Perhaps I will take the opportunity to look around your fair land while I'm here.
I would advise against that. The kingdom is rather, shall we say, inhospitable these days. But it is your neck. You may risk it if you please.
What a
Captain
jerk.
Saladin will escort you from the castle. Good day.
You have had your hearing with Vizier Al-Hazred. I trust you will respect his wishes and not return. I have been instructed not to let you into the castle again. Good day, my lord.
Captain Saladin whispers something to the guard dogs at the castle gate, and they nod with understanding. Alexander has a feeling they won't be letting him into the castle again.
Well, I would say that that's a pretty good hunch. So yeah, that guy was a jerk. Saladin's cool though. Come on, let me go through there. Okay, now I think we can go to the dock. I will go ahead and save, however. Excuse me. Oh, come on, you're gonna make me pixel hunt. There we go.
Hey, stranger, come join me. The water is wonderful, and I can show you the way to the next island.
A young boy is happily swimming in the sea off the docks.
Good day. I'm Alexander. What are you doing in the sea?
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm swimming. I mean, come join me. The water's wonderful. I can show you the way to the next island. Come on, jump in. A little water won't hurt you. Come join me if you're brave enough.
Yeah, obviously we're not supposed to do that. Because you can kind of see... Oops. If you look at his eye, you'll see that little sparkle, and yeah, that's...
That's strange. The young boy in the water just disappeared. Oh well, perhaps he just dove under the water.
Yeah, that's clearly not what we're supposed to be doing. I mean, unless you want to die.
Yeah, what do you want?
Alexander is already wearing...
No.
I have this ring. You see, my name is Alexander, and I'm from Daventry.
Is that so? Well, that's nice and all, but I really can't do anything for you, so just walk away nice now and leave me be.
Oh. Can I just talk to you?
Alexander promises himself...
Go!
Nah! Let's, try that again?
I said the ferry's out of business. What do you want to keep bothering me for?
I just want to talk.
Excuse me. My name is Alexander. The owner of the bookshop in the village told me you might be able to help me. I hear you used to run this ferry for the islands. I'd like to talk to you if you have a moment.
You say old Allie sent you? I can't see why. The ferry's not running, you know.
I understand. I'd just like to talk to you about the islands if you don't mind.
Well, I guess it'd be all right if Allie sent you. Well, don't just stand there. Come on inside. What is it you wanted to talk about, young man?
Oops.
I'm a visitor to these islands. I'd like to learn what I can about the area.
So you said outside. What is it you want to know?
Well, for one thing, why has the island's only ferry been dry docked?
Huh. It just ain't safe to sail these days. What with the islands feuding and all. Wazir Al-Hazred ordered the ferry closed till things settled down. Me, I don't think she'll ever see water again.
But why are the islands feuding?
You got me. Something about stolen property or some such thing. 'Tis a real shame. Things used to be so friendly.
Then this unrest is recent.
A few years is all, but it's been long enough.
Perhaps if the ferry were repaired.
This old thing? This ferry's been out of water so long she's no longer even seaworthy. Her boards have dry rot. She'd fall apart at the first taste of seawater.
But there must be some way to get off this island.
There's only one other way to travel that I know of. A magic map. The owner of the pawn shop can tell you more about that than I can, Alexander.
Tell me more about the ferry.
I remember when I used to ferry Queen Ilaria and Princess Cassima themselves. There was no thought of danger back then. They used to go visiting to care for the needy and to keep up the friendly relations between the islands. I remember their last trip. Things had started getting nasty by then, and when they came back aboard, I gathered that the Queen and the Princess had been received a bit coldly. Princess Cassima was such a pretty thing, and she was terribly upset. But who could be spreading these lies, she asked the Queen, but the Queen had no answer.
Doop.
There's a rabbit's foot on the table. It seems the ferryman is counting on a little luck.
I see you have a rabbit's foot. Has it brought you much luck?
As you can see, my luck's been out for some time now, despite that old charm. Why don't you take it with you? Perhaps giving the darn thing away will bring me good fortune at last.
Perhaps it will at that. Thank you. What do you do now that the ferry no longer operates?
Me? I'm out of a job. The job my ancestors have held for generations. I'm the only one trained to avoid the reef and the rocks. But that knowledge does me no good now.
Is there no other boat on the island? One that might be more seaworthy?
Boats don't last long on these shoals, as you may have found out if you got here by ship. You can be quite sure that this old ferry is, or was, the only craft on the island.
Well, I think I'll be going now. Thanks for allowing me into your home.
Posh, not at all. It breaks the boredom, if you know what I mean.
Okay. I hope I didn't have to go through all of his dialogue in order to progress, but we'll see. Come on, let me... There. Sometimes you gotta get, like, the very last pixel on the edge. Okay. Oops.
Old lamp!
Yes.
Good day.
Excuse me, merchant, but the ferryman mentioned that you might have a magic map of the land of the Green Isles.
Why, as a matter of fact, I do. I keep it under the counter. It's been gathering dust so long that I nearly forgot about it. It was quite a few years ago, you see. The estate of a wealthy wizard fell into my hands when he died. It was useless magical junk mostly, which reminds me, I've still got some things of his in the back that I need to dump out. Anyway, the magic map was the one true treasure in the lot. The wizard was quite old and feeble, and had enchanted the map to aid in traveling. It is said that one need only desire to be on an island depicted on the map to find oneself there. It is a very valuable map, as you can imagine. Unfortunately, no one is interested in traveling these days. It is far too dangerous with the current state of the kingdom.
What would you take for the map?
I would normally want something magic in return, but since I am hardly overrun with prospective buyers, I would be willing to take anything of equal value in exchange.
Okay, before I do this, I need to check the bookshop. Because I'm trying to determine whether or not a flag has been set. It has, okay.
Hello. I will be right up. Now, what can I do for you?
So, I didn't realize this going in. I just went straight, like when I first played this game. Let's go ahead and make a new save. I'm going to call you save 2. So I didn't realize that this guy appeared, and he's actually important. Let's just do a regular talk first.
Good day, sir. Is there anything you can tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I'm sorry, but I have no time for idle conversation. I'm too worried about the princess.
Oh, well, then we have something in common.
Determined to learn more about the strange man's relationship with the princess, Alexander shows the man his insignia ring and formally introduces himself.
I'm sorry to insist, but my name is Alexander of Daventry, and...
I appreciate the offer of the ring, Alexander, but I'm afraid I'm already spoken. Daventry? Where have I heard of Daventry? Flying flit mice. You must be Prince Alexander. Cassima told me about you when she arrived home. How came you here?
Why, by a ship, now wrecked upon the sand. But you know Cassima? She truly spoke of me?
Yes, I saw her briefly when she first returned home. She mentioned a prince to me, a Prince Alexander of Daventry. I'm afraid that was before she was told about her parents' deaths. You see, she arrived home a few weeks too late. The king and queen thought they'd never see her again. It is said they died of heartbreak. I'm afraid she's blamed herself.
What a terrible homecoming. If we had only known.
Terrible indeed, poor thing. Everyone in the kingdom seems to despair with her these days. The streets are silent.
Where is she now?
The princess is sequestered in mourning. It's a rather dated tradition, and not required, but the Wazir says she insisted out of respect.
I see. You've yet to say who you are, and how you know the princess.
I? Oh, pardon me. My name is Jalo. I am clown to the royal court, and have been since the marriage of Cassima's parents, King Calipham and Queen Alaria. Oh, those were the happy days. The pair of them were so full of joy and life, so in love. And Cassima's birth. It would be hard to explain how long they had waited, how they had hoped for a child. I mean, she was such a charming little thing, smart as a whip, kind and sweet. Oh, she means everything to this kingdom, Alexander, and to me. I'm so terribly worried about her.
About her grief over her parents, you mean?
Well, the truth is, I do not trust the Wazir or his plans for Cassima. I'm still living at the Castle of the Crown as court clown, his clown. But it is more to keep my ear to the ground than out of loyalty. I wish I knew what the princess thinks these days. If only I could find Sing Sing, Cassima's pet nightingale. I might be able to send the princess a message. As it is, I must wait for the end of her seclusion. Now I'm afraid I must hurry back to the castle. I'll try to return to the bookshop again later.
Thank you for speaking with me, Jalo. I hope we meet again soon.
Okay. So I did need to do that at this point in time. So that was important. don't think...
Old lamp!
Yes. I think at this point... Let's see. Yeah, we just see him returning, and then... I will follow him, because I don't remember if there's, like, any special scene that they do. Oh, the pixel is getting tiny.
Good day, Jollo. Greetings, my fine furred friends.
Okay, so he's allowed in, but that's fine. Okay, so that wasn't really anything special, but that's fine. Okay, so Jala was going to be very important later. When I first played this through, I didn't even know he was there. But that's actually going to be important for figuring some other things out. Now I can go this route. Okay, so let's have a chat. Let's offer him something important.
Would you be willing to take my family ring in exchange for the magic map?
Daventry, are you a king then?
No, that's my father, King Graham. I'm just Alexander.
Well, Prince Alex, she is a beautiful ring. Are you sure you can part with such a unique family heirloom?
The ring does mean a lot to me. I didn't always have a family, you know. Still, it is only gold. There are more important things at stake now.
Then you now own a magic map, Prince Alex. I will keep your ring out of sight for a few days. If you find anything else of great value in your travels, you can come back for your ring. I would hate to see it melted down for gold. Ah, and a warning about the map. It will only operate when you are out in the open and within sight of the sea. The limitation has something to do with the teleport spell ingredients. You might try the beach.
Thank you. You are very kind. And I'll remember about the map.
Suddenly, the old man in the concealing cloak sneaks past Alexander, and with a sneaky dart of his hand, steals a mint from the candy jar. The old man stuffs the mint into his mouth and wobbles unsteadily out of the pawn shop.
Mint.
Master! I followed Prince Alexander as you wished. From the pawn shop owner, he just abstained, just reprieved. He just got a magic map. You fool! You've been eating those mints again. I ordered you to stop that. Yes, Master. Now, what is this about a magic map? With the map, Prince Alexander could travel anywhere as quickly as I can. I thought I took care of the only means of travel. By my scimitar, I can't have him stirring things up now. Get a hold of yourself and listen carefully, Shamir. Go to the other islands and tell them...
Okay. I know one of the puzzles I need... There's like a 5 senses kind of thing. So I've got taste, hearing, touch. What are the other senses? There's 5. Okay, I need a flower or something that smells. So scent. Oh my god. Why can't I remember like the 5 senses? So hearing, Oh, okay. I remember it now. Alright. Just remembering, like, the sequence of events. Okay, so now I'm going to go out, and then back in. There we go.
Alexander sorts through the odds and ends that the pawn shop owner dumped into the pot. Magic exploding gum wrappers, a shattered crystal ball, a cracked wand, a fake thumb. Near the bottom, Alexander finds a little glass bottle labeled ink. It appears to be empty, but Alexander decides to take it anyway. You never know when a small bottle will come in handy. Alexander's carrying a little ink bottle. It appears to be empty.
Okay. Let's do some traveling.
A nightingale perches on a high branch of the tree. She sings the most beautiful song Alexander has ever heard. Alexander winds the mechanical nightingale and places it on the ground. The mechanical nightingale sings a sweet, tinny tune. The real nightingale in the tree cocks her head and listens intently. The nightingale flies to a lower branch and looks at Alexander curiously, as if she were deciding that this human might not be so bad.
Okay. I can't do anything more about that quite yet. But I will be able to soon. That's gonna make me pixel hunt. There we go. I'm playing this in windowed mode, so if I get if I go and click out like too close to the edge, it's gonna go outside the window. Okay, let's do a save because we're gonna do some adventuring. Alright. I am missing some things.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Let's see.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
There we go. Okay. Let's grab this.
Alexander takes the feather. There's an ugly flower growing near the base of the cliff. Alexander picks the flower and is startled by its hideously strong skunk-like odor. For a moment, he can smell nothing else.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think we're good.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Okay, nope, I can't be here yet.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation. A string of letters floats in the water. The letters spell out, "Where are you going?" Alexander's heard of alphabet soup, but this is ridiculous. One of the oysters is sitting up in bed and doesn't look very happy. He seems to be the only one who can't sleep. In the oyster's mouth, Alexander can see a glint of white. Oyster beds line the seashore. Most of the oysters are sound asleep.
So the sound font on the MIDI thing isn't quite what I'm used to. It's really hard to like get the sound right when they're using MIDI. Can I get it? Let's see. I want to be careful because stuff and things. Save often. So I don't know if I can grab it yet.
Alexander wades into the sea to get the strange object in the water.
I don't know if it's too far out or not.
The ocean currents tug at Alexander's legs. That object is just a bit out of reach.
Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna wait for it to come closer. Because I know if I don't, it's just gonna sweep me right out. Come on. Okay, well, while we're waiting for that.
Why aren't you asleep like the other oysters?
Oh, I'm so weary, but I can't sleep. I have a terrible ache in my mouth.
There we go.
Alexander picks up the object floating in the water. It appears to be a string of letters. They say, "Where are you going?" Alexander decides to keep the odd sentence, even though it is incomplete.
What's wrong with your mouth?
No offense, but it hurts too much to talk.
Let's see.
Alexander opens the bargain book and reads a paragraph at random.
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 1/8 bottles of wild beast lard.
Phew, what an incredibly boring book. No wonder the bookshop owner wanted to get rid of it so badly.
If you're having trouble sleeping, perhaps you'd like me to read to you.
Hey, that would be great.
Two dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 1/8 bottles of wild beast lard.
Drat, just missed it.
Indicate a fabrication or derivation sufficiently broad enough to exacerbate the conclusions uncovered in due course with regards to the dimensions, consistency, mass, or thickness inherent in the menial suckling grouse.
Alexander makes a grab for the pearl.
Hey, you fixed my mouth. It feels great.
The little oyster drifts into peaceful slumber with the rest of his oyster friends.
Alright, now we really have to save.
Alexander hears someone coming.
"5 fierce guards of the isle we be. Watch for a foreign man," said he, "with ears and nose, tongue, hands, and eyes. Its nature cannot be disguised. If man it be, then man it dies." Old Tom Troll, smell your smell. Do that which you do so well.
Alexander holds the flower of stench out to the gnome with the jumbo nose.
Tom Troll I am, that's all I'll be. My nose knows all on land and sea. A flower of stench has washed ashore. A flower 'tis all, and nothing more. Listen, hark you, Grovenor, do your duty as you swore. With your ears, please tell us more.
Alexander winds the tin nightingale and plays it for the gnome with the monumental ears.
You're fine, Cole. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Either way.
A nose is not a way to spy. My ears cannot be told a lie. A nightingale is all there be. No man is near, and so say me. Taste, Grump, that we might know whether friend or whether foe.
No worries. What we're doing right now, we're trying to get past these 5 guards, which each have a particular sense that we need to bypass, or they're going to kill us. So, we had scent, so we used a stinky flower. We had hearing, so we used a nightingale. Now we have to convince the tongue that we're not a human, so we're going to give him a mint.
Alexander holds the mint out for the gnome with the gigantic mouth.
Grump knows a tasty treat. It matters not what others bleat. No danger is this one so sweet. Trilly dilly, use your hands. Is it beast or is it man?
Okay, now we're going to be a soft, fuzzy rabbit.
Alexander holds the rabbit foot out for the gnome with the huge hands.
Be all you mad? What aileth thee? A bunny can't trill merrily. A hare does not at all taste sweet. A rabbit here is all we greet.
Old Bill Batter, never fatter. Vision can resolve this matter. Look you now and end this chatter.
Alexander pours the contents of the empty-looking ink bottle over himself.
By all that's beauteous, fair, and sightly, 4 morons do I sleep with nightly. There's nothing there at all, I say. Enough of this. Let's now away.
Alexander did it! He's fooled the guards!
So that's one of the gatekeepers. That's one of the big complex puzzles where if you haven't gotten all the inventory things that you need ahead of time, you're not getting any further. So yeah, I died a lot figuring that one out and figuring out what I was missing. I think it was... Let me think. Hearing probably got me first because I had something else other than the nightingale. And I think vision like really confused me because like I didn't know what to do. But now we can explore this island. Oh, that's a noise.
Milkweed thrives near the mucky swamp. Small bottles filled with milk grow on it like fruit. Alexander takes a bottle of milk from the milkweed bush. Apparently, the dogwood tree doesn't like Alexander standing that close.
Actually, before we continue, I need to swap some stuff out. Also want to go this way.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize these books had an owner. I'm in need of a rare book.
No owner? All books have owners, my good man. And this book owner, bookworm to you, wouldn't part with one of his books for anything.
Isn't there something I can do for you to pay for the book?
Let's see. Do you have an itinerant clause?
No. No clauses at all, I'm afraid.
As an exception, you always should.
Don't mind oxymoron and diphthong. They're fairly limited grammatical principles, you know. Let's see. A marsh pig that does Texas?
No. I'm afraid not.
A dangling participle?
I'm fresh out.
A purple fiddle whacker?
No, I don't think so. Sorry.
An idiosyncrasy, perhaps?
Afraid not.
Ha! Then what good are you?
Well, that's that.
Wow. Hiya, gorgeous. Oh, what a luscious-looking hunk of flesh you are.
Thank you, I guess. Who are you?
How charming of you to pretend not to know. I'm Black Widow, of course. The femme fatale of all femme fatales. Know what I mean? You know, I was just thinking it was time I found my 50th, another husband. It would be quite a horror, an honor to have me as a bride. Just look at my beautiful wheat.
Oops.
Have you changed your mind? My offer of dead wedlock is still open.
Hey, don't touch that thread!
Alexander snatches the scrap of parchment, curious to see what's written on it. The wind blows the scrap of paper from Alexander's hand, but he remembers what it said well enough.
Love. Whoops. Come on, don't make me pixel hunt to get to the next transition. Come on. Ah! There. It's like you have to be right at the edge in order to transition, and that's really annoying when you're in a window. Alright, let's go ahead and save. We know that in order to get a rare book from the bookworm, we need to bring him something that he wants.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Oh, wait. No, I don't want to go here yet. I'm missing something. Oh well, hey. You weren't here before.
There's an odd little creature dangling from that tree branch.
Hello, friend. Aren't you an odd-looking little fellow?
I'm not odd-looking, you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you could speak.
Speak not. Funny is, speech I am and nothing.
Oops.
You speak strangely, friend.
Strange, my speech is not. Eloquence I speak with.
But who are you? And why are you here?
Away I fly my home from. Lost I am therefore. As my name too, can you guess not? It's what I do this branch with, and the way I speak of.
If you're lost, perhaps I can take you home.
Take me home too? Think not I do. Know you I do not.
So we need to make a friend here.
Alexander is carrying, oddly enough, a sentence. It says, "Where are you going?" Alexander already has a pretty good grasp on his words. Alexander holds the sentence out to the creature.
This sentence seems in need of an ending. Perhaps you could finish it?
Where are you going? Where are you going? Know what I do? Where are you going to? Like you I do. Go I with you?
Well, that was certainly interesting. It looks like Alexander now has a passenger. One end of the creature resembles a miniature dragon, while the other looks like a possum. What a strange-looking fellow.
Tickle me not. Tickle me not. Take me home to. Tickle me not.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
It kind of reminds me of Warcraft. If you poke an orc too much, stop poking me! Alright. Let's go back to the Isle of Wonder and take him back to his home.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Oh, you're gonna make me... Ugh, okay. There we go. Spring.
Hello, bookworm. I have something you might be interested in.
Well, what is it this time?
I found this little fellow lost on another island.
Coming home I am too.
There you are, you naughty boy. I told you not to leave the island.
Glad I am seeing you too.
A most solemn celebration.
So, you found my dangling participle. I suppose I'll
Saint
have
Von
to give
Jester,
you
thank you so
something.
much for the follow.
Oh,
Welcome
let's
in.
see now.
How you doing?
Was it a rare book you wanted?
Yes, sir.
Well, then none of these will do. They've been sitting in the sun far too long and must be well cooked by now. This one is far more rare. A delicious
Yep.
little tidbit.
I don't stream too awful often, but yeah, I've been trying to do
thanks.
some more. You know, gotta represent the orcs, in a positive way. But yeah, since I'm on break, I'm gonna try to stream a little bit more during that break. But yeah, I stream. Orcs need love too. Yes, orcs do need love too. But yeah, welcome in. I am glad to see you. I am now pixel hunting to let me get to the next area. There we go. Ugh. So how have you been? You've been doing good. Everything good and quiet? Staying safe and healthy? Let's go ahead and save. And while we are here...
Alexander can't do...
No, I don't. I actually want to walk there. There we go. Safe, yes. Healthy. Still a big guy. Good. Yeah, lots of craziness, lots of chaos. Yeah, we are, let's see, still closest to the keyboard, but attempting to pack. Well, make sure you get on that, Cole. We want to get you back to safety. All right. Let's take a look at this here.
Alexander takes a close look at the tomato on the ground. It appears to be darker than those on the vines.
What are you staring at there, boy? Go away, you rootless thing, you! Yeah.
Yep, that tomato is definitely rotten.
How did you manage to fall off the vine, Mr. Tomato?
What do you think? I'm old, I'm rotten, yeah! Leave me alone!
If you say so.
After all, you're just gonna let me sit here and rot on this dry ground like everybody else, aren't you?
Why, I don't know. I suppose...
Ah, never mind! Just go away! Ah!
So clearly he wants to be manhandled, so here you go.
Hey! What do you think you're doing there? Get your hands off me! Hey!
Alexander picks up rotten tomato and puts him away. One never knows when one will need a rotten tomato.
Good day, tomato vines.
Good morning.
Good day, snapdragons.
The snapdragons don't seem inclined to communicate with anyone.
Greetings, ladies. How charming you look today.
The wallflowers are too shy to talk to Alexander.
Hello. Aren't you a bunch of fine-looking young plants?
Goo gaga.
Apparently, the baby's tears haven't learned to talk yet.
Are you heading just away from the city, or you got somewhere in mind that you're planning on going?
Checkmate! Only chess pieces allowed in chessboard land. That's right. Humans aren't allowed in and never will be. Stay out!
I must insist, Your Highness. I shall send the lump of coal to the Vizier and the Princess as a present for their wedding, and that's the end of it.
And I suppose you'll leave me with only this stupid spoiled egg to send, Your Highness. I want to impress the new king and queen of the realm as much as you do. As queen of this island, I have every right to that lump of coal.
Who isn't queen of this isle? The lump of coal is in my possession. Therefore, I shall do as I please with it. Besides, there's nothing wrong with that spoiled egg.
The egg, though delightfully spoiled, is not nearly so valuable as the lump of coal, and you know it. Your Highness always got to carry the singing stone. It's not fair that you get the coal, too.
That doesn't count. The singing stone was stolen by that horrid beast. I should get to keep the coal just because my stone was stolen.
It wasn't your stone. It belonged to the Isle of Wonder treasury. Your Highness always thinks that everything is hers.
Excuse me, my good man, but could you settle an argument for us?
Which of us should get to carry the coal and which the egg? Remember, white is the color of deserving truth and virtue.
Quiet, Your Highness, and let him make up his own mind. I, for one, shall be more proper, and not even mention the fact that red is the color of love.
I'm sorry, Your Majesties. I'm partial to both red and white,
Hey,
but I'm
Vague
afraid
Tutorial,
that I don't
welcome
know
in.
how to solve your problem. One
Oh,
of you
there's
will
a
just
spider
have
on
to
my
be
wall.
gracious and allow the other the lump of coal.
What a ridiculously stupid idea.
Quite ludicrous.
He was a lot of help, wasn't he?
Oh, yes. Obviously a man of high intelligence.
Deal with later. I now have
The
a
lump of
guest
coal
in
goes
my
much
bedroom.
better with my gown
I know where it
anyway.
went.
Black and red are imperial colors.
But yeah, welcome in. That's the silliest thing I ever heard. Red does not go with anything, being much too self-conscious. White is the perfect accompaniment to any color.
Okay, so now that we're done with all that dialogue, yes, welcome in, Vague. I am Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler, and I try to do orc-related stuff as much as I can, but I also like to visit my childhood, and that's what we're doing today. We are just playing a little bit of King's Quest. Yeah, the dialogue is kind of on the loud side, so I kind of had to wait for them to finish talking. But yeah, we're just having a bit of fun here. I mostly remember this game, so that's why I have it set to backseating is fine. I'm gonna try and get the best ending that I can. But if you've played the game before and there's something that I missed, feel free to chime in chat, just to make sure that I get to my goal. I'm not, like, too dead set on it.
Alexander picks up the Red Queen's scarf.
I'm not too dead set on it. If I happen to miss some things, it's whatever. But we're going to aim for the best possible ending if we can.
Alexander picks a head of iceberg lettuce.
Ye gads! Is that cold?
Oh, darn it. Picked a horrible time to cast my TV guy off and rejoin what sounded like a little vexing. Okay, well let me go ahead and introduce myself again. I am Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler. I try to do orc-related content as much as I can, but there's not a whole lot of games with playable orcs in it. So I also like to revisit my childhood every so often, and that's what we're doing today. We're playing a little bit of King's Quest VI, and you know, I'm pretty familiar with the game. The goal here is just to try to get the best ending, but I'm not like too super serious about it. If you've noticed I've missed something, you're welcome to participate in chat and just kind of steer me back on track if there's anything major that I missed. Let's go ahead and we'll make a new save. And let's go use our
Alexander
iceberg lettuce.
pulls out his magic map.
Let's see. That
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I have the a PDF of the manual because I don't know where my original discs and manual went. Um, so I should be good for the mountain, um, and the maze.
A pond lies across the path. The water boils as if over some magical flame. Hoping to cool down the boiling pond, Alexander throws in a head of iceberg lettuce. The pond's water slowly stops boiling, cooled by the ice. It still looks hot, but bearable.
Yeah, that was. It's interesting how they did copy protection back in the 80s and 90s. Honestly, I mean, I kind of preferred this method. You're not going to map out the. When I first played this, I'm pretty sure I did map it out. I might map it out. We'll see. We'll see how terrible I get
Alexander
lost.
decides to brave the steaming pond.
Ouch! Ow! Ooh, 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 ouch!
The pond is no longer boiling, but it's hardly bathwater.
We'll.
Alexander takes the old hunter's lamp from the tree.
Yeah, we'll see how terribly I do in the catacombs. I don't think I can proceed this direction yet. I'll take a peek after I save, because I know I need. Let's see.
As Alexander continues down the path, he gets the strange feeling that he's being watched.
Oh.
Come on over here and see what I'm doing with these flowers. Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
Nope. I will take this brick, though.
Alexander picks up the brick. A pleasant-looking middle-aged man is busy tending a small garden just past the wall.
I'm Alexander of Daventry. Who are you?
What difference does it make? Just come on over here. I'll tell you my life history if you still want to hear it.
Which is kind of how everything goes. Like, it's almost like recognizing, yeah, everybody you talk to is going to want to hear your life history, and I'll tell you my life history, and he's like, sure, I'll play your game.
Come on through, I say. I can show you a path through the forest.
Yeah. Not a very convincing act, but still recognizes, the adventurer's tropes. Some people do be like that. Fair. Can I throw the rock at him? Nah. I don't want to lose the rock, or the brick. I need it. No, I'm just gonna...
Look, there's no point in hanging out here all day. I can show you the wondrous castle that lies in the middle of the island. Don't be so timid.
We know better than this. Your eye is all glimmery.
You aren't gonna listen to me, are you? Well, we'll just see about that.
That's odd. The gardener just disappeared.
I don't think the diver fooled... Well, I might have saved it and then did it because I was kind of like, this is suspicious. But I wanted to see what happened. I know better as an adult. I know that way leads to death and destruction and drownings. Okay. Let's go ahead and do another quick save. Let's see. So I have a rare book. What is this book?
Alexander opens the rare book and looks inside. The book contains riddles and has a page missing. Alexander glances at a few of the conundrums, but finds himself more curious about the one that is missing. What was the riddle, he wonders? More importantly, what was the answer?
Well, that we found. Because we found the word love on the web. What was this thing?
Alexander has a love poem from a book in the bookshop.
Oh, right. Okay. Let's see. Red scarf, hunter's lamp. Alright. Let us go.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Let's see. On the Isle of Wonder... Isle of the Beast... I'm trying to think of, like, if there's anything else that I need my ring for before I give it to the bird. I've already shown it to Jalo. I don't think... I don't know if I have links turned on, Vig, but you could whisper it to me. Let me actually open my doohickey here so that I can... Pause that and actually switch over to this. There we go. Okay. Yeah, if you want to whisper that to me, go right ahead, Vig. And go back over to here. Let's see.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Oh, wait, I know what I'm missing. Oh, you're on mobile. Okay. Yeah, I would say you could try posting it, but I don't want you to accidentally get, like, muted or something by any of the bots. Let's see. I think what I need to do, I need to get the flute.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Wait, did I? Okay.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Your candy dish is empty.
I am sorry, sir, but I have no more mints. Somebody has eaten them all.
Well, get some more then.
I fear that is impossible. Without the ferry, I can no longer get imports from the other islands, and we do not grow mint extract on the Isle of the Crown.
Oh, I hate not getting what I want.
King's Quest 6 Animal Crossing cosplay. Oh, that's cool. Do I have a way to... Hang on a second. I know, right? Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can hit a button that'll approve links. Let's see. No, that's not what I'm looking for. If you type in chat, oh, okay. There you go. That should help, hopefully. And while we are doing that, let's go ahead and give the pearl so we can get a ring back.
I found this large pearl. Might it be valuable enough to ransom back my family ring?
I have never seen such a perfect pearl. Certainly you can have your ring back.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't sell it. I'm a bit attached to it, I'm afraid.
There we go.
Of
In
course
case anybody
you
else
are.
wants to see.
You would be cold-hearted if you felt any differently. I am happy to see a family heirloom back
That's
with
cute.
its rightful owner.
Yeah, I can see it, like, with the green stripes and the boots and everything. And of course you got... Oops, I just ripped an earbud out of my ear. Gotta have the backpack, even though Alexander doesn't have one. Where else are you gonna store all that stuff? Although, to be fair, he did store the dangling participle inside his coat, so... But yeah, I like that. That's very Alexander. That's very Prince Alexander. That's cool. Alright, whoops. Let's bring that window up. Oh, I need to get the flute too.
How fare you, good merchant?
I am as content as the sands on the ocean shore, Prince Alex.
That's not how we do that. Okay, here's your bird back.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
It's got a map and a flute
Of
and a
course,
white
Prince
rose.
Alex, please
Oh, right, the
choose
white
something in
rose. I
exchange
hadn't
for the
reached
items
that
on the
point yet. I
counter.
forgot all about the
Alexander
rose.
looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
That's true. It does kind of
I'll
look
take
like
the
that.
flute.
The flute? Very good, Prince Alex. May its music always be sweet. Feel free to trade it back at any time.
Thank you.
That makes sense. Yeah. So we got the inventory pouch icon, we got the flute, we got the map, and we got the white rose from later in the game. Yeah. That's very Prince Alexander.
The pawn shop is...
I didn't want to touch the floor. Okay. Let's see. I need to get... I also have a Cassima dress and a Grand Mountain event and some IRL fan art. Nice. Let's see, what direction do I want to go? Okay. I'm gonna save here because I think it's safe for me to give the ring away. So give ring to bird. Okay. Because I don't think I need it anywhere else, so here we go.
Alexander holds out his insignia ring to the Nightingale, hoping she perhaps is the Nightingale that Jallo spoke of, and that she might be able to take the ring to Cassima. The ring is the one thing he has that might alert Cassima to his presence on the Isles. The Nightingale swoops down and grabs the ring. She flies off towards the castle, perhaps to Cassima.
Sing Sing, what have you got in your mouth, my pretty? A gold ring? Sing Sing, where did you get this? Realm of Daventry. But this is Alexander's ring. Oh, my soul, he must be here. Sing Sing, I wish you could tell me what you've seen. Is he really here, then, on this very island? Oh, if only I could leave this castle as easily as you. Take this ribbon, Sing Sing. If you know where he is, return it to him. Please be careful, Alexander. It is so dangerous, and yet I could not wish you away.
So kind of very, very basic
The
animation.
little bird makes a delivery.
I kind of wish that they had expanded that a little bit more, but it's all good.
It's a red velvet hair ribbon. Could it be? Could it possibly belong to Cosima herself?
Or am I merely wishing it were so? Oh.
Alexander examines the red ribbon and finds a strand of long black hair. Alexander holds out the love poem, hoping that the bird will deliver it to the same place she took the ring, in the chance that the receiver might truly be Cosima. The nightingale swoops down, grabs the love poem, and takes it towards the castle.
Sing, sing, my sweet. You bring another present. Let me see. It is a poem, Sing Sing.
What was it when I looked at you? What power has chained me through and through, and binds my heart with links so tight, I cannot live without the sight of you.
Oh, Alexander. I was hoping he'd return to you. Take this to him while he waits. Hurry, my fleet one.
The little bird makes a delivery. It's a note.
Dearest Alexander, I cannot believe you are here, my friend. Please, please be careful. Abdul isn't about to let anyone interfere with his plans. Watch out for Abdul's genie, Alexander, and do not do anything rash. I am not without resources, and I will prevail if I can only find some small means of defense. Do nothing to try to get to me. You must not be endangered again for my sake. Greatly in your family's debt, Cosima.
Alexander's hand trembles as he reads the note. For the first time in his long search, he has heard her voice again, if only in writing. No words of love, only friendly concern. Friend?
Yeah.
Is the maiden merely shy, or does she regard him only as a brother?
Let me see if I can find somewhere a little quieter here. So the order is definitely important. You also have to have shown the ring to Jalo before you give it to the bird, because you permanently lose it. So if you haven't already shown it to Jalo, then you don't get Jalo as an ally. Which is important because, like, later in the game, that's going to be potentially crucial. I don't remember in what sense, because it's been a little while since I played this. But yeah, I'm hoping, and that's why I made a save, that it's okay for me to go ahead and relinquish the ring. Yeah, definitely to Jalo to identify. Okay, so I've already done that. I don't think I need the ring for anything else now that I got it back from the shopkeeper. So yeah, that was the next one. Yes, go ahead and clarify, and I will be right back. I just need to hit the restroom. BRB. The order for or Cassim, I can read. Let's see. So we need Jello to be your buddy. Yep, that I remember. Yeah, I know that. Because I remember as when I was a youth, I did the order wrong. Like I think I sent the poem first, and then I sent the ring. And she was like, "Oh, something else from the vizier." Um, and then she was like, "Oh my God, ring! Yay, jewelry!" Um, there's obviously a third item because I know the bird goes away, but I don't remember what it is. I don't think. Well, I obviously don't have it yet. I think that comes later. Okay, so I got the flute. Okay. So now, let us go
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Back to the Isle of Wonder.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Okay. So now there's a few things we should be able to get. Yeah, that is such a sound. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. Nope, I don't want to do that. Let's try that again.
Would you lovely flowers be interested in this?
Nope, nuts. Okay.
Guess not.
Let's try that again. There we go.
May I have this dance?
Oh, my!
Alexander stops playing the flute, but the wallflowers and snapdragons continue to dance, caught up in the music and oblivious to everything around them. While the wallflowers dance, Alexander snatches the hole in the wall.
That's about as much moves as I've got as well. I used to go out to the clubs. I used to do a little bit of dancing. That became much harder after I damaged my knee, so I didn't get to really do it so much. In fact, it was dancing that actually damaged my knee. Like those basic moves was what I was doing, and unfortunately, like the up and down and side to side kind of thing is not what knees are designed for. Orcish knees are a little bit stronger. The human shell that I'm stuck in, not strong knees. So yeah, I tore a ligament. It was either the ACL or LCL. I don't remember which one. So yeah, no more dancing for the orc. Oh wait, there's one more thing I can do here before I totally forget. And I have to make sure, because I've been carrying this around for a while. I don't know if this is on a timer.
The glass bottle is full of milk. How strange for a plant to produce not only milk, but a container to go with it.
Okay. Some things are on a timer, and for all I knew, this thing would have turned into a bottle of cottage cheese, and I would have had to thrown it away or something.
The milk bottle is still...
No, wait, what?
The milk bottle is still cool from the damp air of the swamp where Alexander collected it.
Okay, good. Alright, so let's do one of these numbers.
Alexander gives one of the baby's tears a bottle of milk. The other baby's tears seem to resent Alexander's gift for some reason.
numbers.
Alexander...
Oops.
Alexander has no reason to gather tears in that lamp.
Wait, I don't? Hold on. Okay, let's get out of there for a moment. Okay. Oh, I know why I don't have a reason. Because I don't have the... okay. I did a mistake. That's okay, though. It'll be fine. That's all consolidated in one space, so I can come back to that at leisure. Let's go back to the Isle of the Crown.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
The magic bag. Let's see. So, I think I'm done with the flute for now. Let's...
Alexander can...
Nope. Go touch on the... There we go. I have. Oh, Jalo's back.
Jalo, how fare you? And what news have you from the castle?
Prince Alex, how I fare is close to boiling. Have you seen the wedding proclamations around the village? I've heard rumors of the wedding, of course, but I didn't want to believe it, and I never thought it would be so soon.
Cosima. Married. Oh, it is an unpleasant thing to swallow, friend. If only I knew Cosima wished it. Tell me about the Wazir, Jalo.
The Wazir? Now there's a dangerous subject. His name is Abdul al-Hazred. He came to the kingdom 15 years ago. The king was fascinated by his knowledge and his fine-sounding ideas. It didn't take long for al-Hazred to convince the king to trust him with the minor problems of daily government. You see, Caliph had a wife and a new daughter he wanted to spend time with. Al-Hazred became Wazir.
And now?
Well, he's had his eye on Cosima ever since she was a young girl. And she is the only thing between him and the throne.
Do you think he means to harm her?
Oh, I honestly don't know. I think he'd rather keep her as wife. But whatever his plans for the princess, he will use her to his best advantage. That's his way.
Perhaps he has charmed her. Perhaps she cares for him now.
The Wazir is capable of anything. And Cosima must be vulnerable and lonely right now. Still, she has always instinctively distrusted him. Cosima has a good head on her shoulders. I'd be surprised if she's truly fallen for his words of love. I must return to the castle, Prince Alex, and you to your wanderings. May we both fare well.
Okay, so to answer your question, Vague, yes, I have played all of the King's Quests up through 6. I want to say that I probably have beaten them all at one point or another. The earlier ones more so, like, when I was playing around with DOSBox and stuff like that. 1, 2, and 3 we had in our math classroom, because we had a computer lab in our math class. So we had King's Quest 1, 2, and 3, and we might have also had 4. We had Space Quest 1, 2, and 3. And there were some other assorted ones, like the Black Cauldron. The Black Cauldron, like, I remember playing a lot. And I remember that one being notorious for, you know, your thirst is intense, you must get some water soon. And just, we kept dying because we kept starving to death, or we kept not getting enough water in. And we didn't know how to get anywhere in the game. That was the big thing. But you only get like 10-15 minutes at most at the end of class to play these things, unless it's like a study hall, and then we got like 45 minutes. And that you don't get too far in that amount of time, and then, like, I don't think we had a way to really save our games. If we did, like, they kept getting overwritten by other class people, and it's whatever. It's much better to do that at home. But that was my first like encounter with any kind of point and click adventure games. Prior to that, I had an Apple II computer, and I played text adventure games. I remember, and I still want to, like, I want to make a text adventure game, even if it's just something really basic. Or use the wrong thing in the wrong place and the game's unwinnable, you don't know why. Yeah, that happened to us, soft locking. And of course, back then, we didn't really know that. We just kind of played around with it. We didn't have enough time to really realize that, oh, we needed that thing and we don't have it anymore. But yeah, Princess Rika, welcome in. I don't know if you're new, but I am Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler. I try to do orc-related content, but often I will also revisit my childhood, and that's what we're doing today with King's Quest VI. Have you looked into Adventure Game Studio? It doesn't sound familiar. Let me go something, write it down. Pens, Post-its. I'll write it down. Adventure Game Studio. I will look into that. But it was sort of like, also like, I wanted to understand the coding behind AppleSoft Basic, although I'm not even certain if they all used AppleSoft Basic. I have a feeling some of them used assembly. It's one of those things that I'm planning for. It's free, haven't worked with it for years, but I really enjoyed my time. That's good. Free and enjoyable to work with are two good things for tools if you're making an adventure game. But yeah, so that was kind of like my initial foray into point and click. And then over at my neighbors, we played King's Quest V, and then I purchased King's Quest VI. And here we are today. Alright, so we've got a rare book for Ali somewhere. Nope, this one. There we go.
I found this rare book, and I thought of your offer.
Very interesting. Oh, it is a wonderful riddle book. Riddles are much more marketable than spells these days. I guess people believe more in mirth than in magic. Here is the spell book you wanted, and a fair trade it is, I must say.
You're very welcome.
Enjoy it.
I certainly hope so. We shall see how rusty my spellcasting truly is.
Yep, that's part of the whole journey, Okay, so now that we have the book, so we've got magic paint. Do I have to look at it in order to be able to collect the things, or does it just automatically let me? So let's see, magic paint, make rain.
This is the last page.
Yeah, it's a 3-page book.
This is the first page.
Okay. 7 is still playable, but very different in terms of style. And we don't talk about it. Yeah, we don't talk about 8. I have seen a playthrough of 7, though. Come on, let me click. There we go. Yeah. The Let's Play of 7, I did watch, was from Pushing Up Roses. Come on, let me click. There we go. Yeah, there is no 8th King's Quest. Not really. But yeah, Pushing Up Roses did a Let's Play long ago for King's Quest VII, and she and some other streamers actually inspired me to start trying to do this on my own. I started with YouTube. I actually have a YouTube channel for Orcish Fiddler. I didn't really get terribly far in that one. That one, the doing content for it, I still kind of want to, but I still kind of prefer streaming. It's It's a little bit easier. There's not as much post-processing that requires so much time. Events place used unless there's another guild. I'm not sure of the guild that you're talking about, but I'm guessing it's Googleable, so I'll have to find that later. Let's see. Oh, while I'm here, I don't think I need the mechanical nightingale, but I know I need the tinderbox.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
What is my trade-in? What did I... Oh, flute. Derp. There we go.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
I believe I'll take the tinderbox.
Very good, Prince Alex. Enjoy your tinderbox and bring it back anytime.
Thank you.
One of these days I'm going to have to play Myst. A very good friend of mine enjoys the Myst series, and he recently got a copy of them, but I can't remember if he said, like, they were working. Like, it might have... Was his own copy? Oops. I clicked outside my window. Is it going to let me through? There we go. Oh, really? That's interesting. I do not have a Switch, unfortunately. I kept kind of sitting on the fence about it, and then, you know, the pandemic hit, and then it's like, now you can't find one. Let's go ahead and make a new save. Now I wonder if it will let me do the baby's tears. A Riven remake in the works. That's interesting.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Oh, that sound.
Alexander takes a bottle of milk from the milkweed bush. Apparently, the dogwood tree doesn't like Alexander standing that close.
So many puns. This reminds me, like, the level of puns reminds me a little bit of the old Xanth novels I used to read. Oh, good, the teacup is here. Okay, cool. I want that.
Alexander takes the teacup.
My sister and I definitely still quote from the Red and Blue book, Brothers, for no reason. Oh, I feel like I'm missing a reference now. Unbridled lust for riches? What? Glad those games are getting appreciated. People still play them, some speedrun. There's a lot of really fun speedruns that I've seen. I'm not yet good enough to do any kind of speedrunning. Maybe someday I'll try something. Okay, so let's make babies cry. Whoops. Let's make some babies cry. And let's see if it'll let me do this now.
Alexander gives one of the baby's tears a bottle of milk. The other baby's tears seem to resent Alexander's gift for some reason. Alexander collects some of the baby's tears in the old hunter's lamp.
Okay, now let's get away from the baby crying, because that's annoying as heck. I debated a King's Quest 6 Twitch speedrun of my own, but distractibility is too high. That would be interesting. I was thinking, when I was watching a stream of this yesterday, which kind of inspired me to do this today, I was wondering what a King's Quest 6 tool-assisted speedrun would look like. Which, I don't know, it might be interesting. Let's see. Okay, so now I can talk to these guys. Well, actually, no, I need to grab the teacup and do this.
What do you think you're doing?
You startled me. I was just getting some swamp ooze.
Well, you certainly won't get it there! That's not swamp ooze! That's swamp sludge! He's right, you know. But he could be a little nicer about telling you. He's not a very pleasant stick in the mud. Nobody asked you! Be quiet! Oh, the trials of being a mere bump on a log.
Yes, I could do that. My microphone, once it warms up, it gets a little bit quiet, so I will lower the game volume a little bit. See if that helps. There, okay. Let's try talking. Let's see how that sounds.
Who are you?
I'm Bump on a Log, and that's my brother, Stick in the Mud. We've had this thing about each other ever since our childhood. Mom always liked me best. She did not! That is absolutely not true! He's a bit lazy, you see. He's got the only swamp ooze in the swamp right next to him. But do you think he'd move a finger to help you get some? Hardly. He'd try to brain you with it more than likely. His temper's about the only thing that ever gets a workout. And that on yours truly. Oh, like you've moved at all in the last century! Like you're Mr. Physical Activity! Just because I can't reach anything, he thinks he can throw gushy swamp matter at me and just say whatever he likes. If only I could turn the tables on that heckler, he might learn some respect. But as you can see, I'm a mere bump on a log and must be content with my lot. Oh, shut up! You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn even if you had something to throw! Just shut up! You see how he is?
So a lot of the voice acting is definitely spot on. They definitely take some of it over the top. And yes, the stick in the mud is ready for his day. But is he ready for Rotten Tomato? Let's see.
I thought this might come in handy the next time your brother starts picking on you.
Aha! Finally, old Bump on the Log's not so defenseless, is he? Hey! Hey! What you doing there? Watch the pulp, would you? Now, Bumpy, remember all I've given you! The only thing you've ever given me is mud. Take this! No! Not into the swamp! Hey, okay, I give up. Jeez, sorry. Well, I guess it's not very pleasant having things thrown at you. I'm sorry. You mean it? Really? Brother. Brother.
Stick in the Mud and Bump on a Log, exhausted from the battle, immediately doze off into naps. Rotten Tomato, being equally lazy, decides to join them.
So somehow I guess we've resolved centuries-long conflict between Stick in the Mud and his brother Bump on the Log. Okay. As long as I get my teacup of swamp ooze.
Alexander fills the teacup with the swamp ooze.
Okay. Let's see how far we are in... Wait, which book am I reading?
Alexander opens the bargain book.
Oh no, I
and
didn't want to
reads a
open that one.
paragraph at random.
Yeah, let's get past that.
Phew, what an incredibly boring book. No wonder the bookshop owner wanted to get rid of it so badly.
Not to derail too far with more other game talk, but other Sierra game with similar quirky charm is Torrens Passage. I've not heard of that one. Is that a point-and-click adventure as well? Where's my pen? Alexander needed a nap. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. I have not heard of this Torrens Passage. I will need to look that up. Okay. Same inventory style? Good. Okay. Alright. Is this the spell book? Okay, good. So we got the ooze. That comes later. This I have. Let's see. Apply. Yeah, I need the water before I can use the horse. Use a few drops from salt water, not from sea. Sacred water, which we'll get soon. Falling water, which we'll get soon. Okay. Alright, so I think I've done as much as I can in terms of spell ingredient preparation. We are getting very close to the next gatekeeper, I want to say. So let me take a look and see if I've got everything that I need. I know I need the brick for the one puzzle. I know I need the lantern to make sure I don't get turned into Alexander jerky. Got the hole in the wall. A lot of this is going to come out of the manual, I think. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Oop, nope.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Okay. Now let's see how far we can get here after I make a save.
There appears to be something etched into the face of the cliff. Alexander decides to get closer.
Okay. So this one, I remember... Let me actually pull up the manual here. The first challenge, only those pure of heart will be able to rise the cliffs of logic. So, the answer here is rise.
Huge blocks of stone erupt from the granite cliffs.
Did it?
Alexander stares with wonder. That's quite a way to welcome a guest, if indeed it is a welcome.
Did it just, like, glitch a little bit there? I couldn't quite tell. Uh-oh. Why am I...
The granite cliffs...
Oh. Okay, cool. Let us go ahead and I will do another save.
The steps cannot be moved any further backwards or forwards.
Oh. I need to use the walk action. Okay. Oh, okay. That didn't do that on the one that I did. Okay. I will do another save. Okay. Let's take a look at this.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
A master of languages will blank. Okay, that's got to be something in the manual. Let's see, because this says like the first, the third, and the fifth. So the fourth, or the second and the fourth have to be puzzles like this. I remember I used to have... Hey, quit making me fall. I used to do that too. Oh, you can only do it on the previous one, though. If I did this, if I tried to fall on this one, though, it would definitely be a death. A master of languages will blank. Where is the manual? Let's see. I want to say that I like, when I had the physical manual, I want to say that I put it, like I did a highlighter on it. Let's see. I love Sacred Man, Mountain, Light Feathers. Yes, I typed in the perfect altitude. I won't try to kill you. Let's see. Beauty's only skin deep. I'm like scanning the... Oh, the ancient ones. Okay. Castle of the Crown. Alright, so... Does this let me search text? No, these are... These are scans of the manual, it looks like. Alright. Oh, here it is. They were fond of saying a master of languages will soar. Okay, so I need to figure out what the letters for soar are. So S is sort of like a fishy looking thing. Fishy looking thing. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Okay, birdie looking thing kinda. So S. O is like a kind of a mustache face looking thing. A is... Oh god, the scan is awful. Looks like a couple of windows like this. And then R. Wait. R is os... Wait, hold on. Oh no. Oh no. S and R look the same thing on the scan. Oh wait. No. I did it wrong. Oh no. I'm going to die. This is S. And then this is R. I did it backwards. Wait. S? Oh, wait. Oh dear. I don't know what happens now.
Nothing happens.
Oh. Okay. Cool. It didn't throw me off. Boy, is that lucky. Okay, let's try this again.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
I spelled a master of languages will rose. So, okay, so this is S. O-A-R.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
Okay, so it gave me a freebie on that one, which I'm very grateful for because I can't spell apparently. And I have a feeling that would, like, if I had hit any other letter, it would have dumped me. But no, 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 stay. Don't fall off. Yeah, I used to have these completely memorized. Not so much. It's been 15 years or more. 15 to 20 years or more. It's been a really long time. Okay, let's go ahead and save. All right. This one. The third challenge, the stones of stealth are associated with this riddle. 4 men standing in a row, third from the left, and down you go. The rest in order move you on, the youngest, oldest, and second son. Okay.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
So this should be fairly easy. Don't hit that one. The youngest, oldest, and second son. So provided we're going left to right, youngest, oldest, and second son. It didn't do anything. Oh no. Did I screw it up? Youngest, oldest, and second son. Oh no.
Nothing happens.
What did I do wrong? Third from the left, and down you go. The rest in order move you on. Youngest. Is this inverted?
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
Is this the youngest? Like, I thought it was 4 men standing in a row, third from the left and down you go. The rest in order move you on, youngest, oldest, and second son. So do they read left to right or right to left? Okay, let's try this.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
Okay, so I had it backwards. This is twice now that I've had it backwards and not died. So that's lucky. I did it the other way around. I hit the first one, then the last one, and then the second one. But apparently I did it backwards, so I had to hit the last one, then the first one, then the second one. So apparently they read from right to left instead of left to right. Looks like they're not as unfriendly as the old legends say. Right? Like, I screwed up twice, and it let me live. Okay, let's go ahead and save again, because our track record is not good.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
The Sacred Four. Ooh. Okay. Gosh. Okay, let's see if there's a... there's got to be a clue somewhere in all this... in this journal. Let's see. I mean, they should be, like, really obvious. Master languages will soar. Let's see. Pair greeters, broadbacks. Beauty, skin deep. Aviation. Dependent on greeters. I mean, humanity. Master logicians, mathematicians, precise architects, and planners. Symbols had a complex theology. In addition, they study the emotional states of being. Every emotion, like every creature, color, and element ranked high. The lowest being base or primitive, the highest being pure. At the top of the scale were the sacred four. The emotion tranquility. I better write this down. Okay. Yep. Hold on. Gotta make room on my post-it note here. Set that aside. Okay. So we need tranquility. The color azure. The creature caterpillar. And the element air. Okay, so now the alphabet. Let's see. D is tranquility. O. Oh, wait a minute. I bet this spells dove. Where did I hear? Dove, most noble something, was somewhere in this journal. So I bet that's what that's going to be spelling. Nope, never mind. Caterpillar is somewhere else. Caterpillar is Q. I am spelling a nonsense word. Cool. And then air. Air, 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 air. Air, air, air is the letter G. So apparently the most powerful word to these people is dog. Okay. Oh, you know what would help? It would help if I actually put the squiggles. Okay, so D is this little crown-looking thing. O is the nonplussed mustache man. Q is like a squiggle with 4 dots on alternate sides, and then G is like a weird letter N with a little square or dot or something there. Okay, cool. I think I might have this if I don't mess it up again. Okay, so D is a little crown-looking thing. Here it is. O is the nonplussed face. Q is the... Where are you? It's the little squiggle. Here it is. And then N is this.
The stone beneath
I did it! Yay, and I didn't screw it up this time.
More steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
Real talk, while we wait, being such a King Quest fan, I thought it would be cool to get a commemorative but not too obvious tattoo. I thought about trying to make something from this alphabet but have not made it work at all. That's a cool idea, though. Like, if you ever do that, I don't know if Roberta Williams has, like, a publicly accessible contact, but you should totally, like, show her that. I bet she would be thrilled. I see where you're coming from, though, because there's, like... You have to make it work in a way that works in the language, but also... Yeah, okay, Alex. Cool your jets. Okay. It, like, has an aesthetic look to it for somebody who doesn't speak the bird language, and also has, like, a cool meaning. But yeah, that would be cool. Okay, let's save again before I do something foolish. Okay. What does this say? Which puzzle are we on?
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
We're on 5, right? Yeah. All silent cry the noble boulders. Okay. So the 5th one. Only those of the highest order may ascend the cliffs of logic. So A, S, C, E, in D.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
That is a fun vague fact. I like it. Okay. Phew. We made it. Oh, no. Hold on. Let me do a quick save. I forget what happens at this point. Oh, right.
Alexander finds himself, finally, at the top of the cliffs. Exhausted, he steps over the lip of the plateau and stands.
Why do you make such an effort to climb the cliffs, young man? The winged ones who live on this island have the power of flight. You could have it too, if you'd only eat a berry from this magical flying nightshade bush. See? The sweet berries will make you float like a petal on the wind. Try some.
Not a convincing act at all.
But who are you, matron?
Who cares? I mean, I am only a poor old woman who wishes you well, handsome stranger. Think of me as your grandmama, if you like.
That's just creepy.
Come, stranger, trust me. Think of what I'm offering you.
Okay, that doesn't sound right out of context. Can I look at you?
The old woman has a pleasant, grandmotherly face, but something about her makes Alexander uneasy.
Could it be the golden eyes that twinkle?
Young man, you offend me. I try to help you and you insist on being rude.
Yep, I'm rude. I'm just a terrible prince. Try calling anyone matron now and see how far that gets you.
All right then, stay tied to the ground like a load of lead. See if I care. You human.
How odd. The old woman just disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Perhaps those berries are even more powerful than she led Alexander to believe.
Okay. I will be right back, because I have some dinner downstairs. I want to grab that real quick. So, BRB. Oh, if I don't bump everything. Oh, goodness. Yes, I know. Okay. I am returned-ish. Gotta find a place to set this. There should work. Well, not a leg of mutton this time. As appropriate as that would be, we have bacon-wrapped scallops that my nephew made. And they turned out pretty good. And I'll have to remember my mute button to help reduce the chewing noises. That was a good sound there. All right. Since we have the... Keep that guy around. What am I doing? I want to go... I better save because I don't know if I'm hitting the right, like, action for this, but is this going to let me in, or is it going to...
Alexander crawls through the small opening in the rock.
Okay, good. Because I didn't want to, like...
Alexander finds himself in a dark cave.
Okay, let's use this.
It feels exactly like a tinderbox.
Oh, no. Can we use it?
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
There we go. So usually, when you're in a dark place, adventure games like to, you know, do the whole thing one step and oh my gosh, it's too dark, you died. This game will not let you progress unless you have this
Alexander
candle.
crawls through the opening in the rock.
I don't know why he put it out, though.
The lighting in this part of the cave is better. Alexander extinguishes the candle's flame and places it back in his pack.
Okay, now I know why.
Alexander takes a few leaves from the plant. As he does so, a strong smell of peppermint is released. Ah! Alexander fingers a handful of peppermint leaves, releasing a strong smell of mint.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Got me some root beer, but not a root beer float, unfortunately. Yeah, I do like how they did the lighting. You know, for 2D art, again, 2D art seems to be one of those things that seems like a lost art, especially with the limited color palette, to make it look good, but stay within those constraints. Now, do I need the lantern to go back, or...?
Alexander crawls back into the first room of the cave.
Okay, good.
Alexander can't see a thing.
So I'm curious about something now.
Alexander crawls back through the passage to the top of the cliffs.
So that's nice. They're like, it's cool. You can just guide yourself out, you know. We won't kill you for bumping into a stalagmite or something. Okay. Now... let's rename this. Because I believe... I think at this point we get thrown into the catacombs.
Look, an intruder! Hold! How did you get up here, human?
I climbed the cliffs.
That is not possible. No one has solved the cliffs of logic in several centuries. And if the cliffs were to be solved, it would certainly not be by a human.
I didn't mean to trespass. I only wanted to visit this beautiful island.
No visitors have been welcome on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain in years. Not since the Red and White Queens had spies in the guise of friendly visitors steal our island's sacred golden fleece. But we will not display such foolish trust again. You will have to answer to Lord Azure and Lady Ariel. They will determine what will be done with you. I can assure you, it will not be pleasant.
So this is going well. We only hired twins.
With what trickery did you master the cliffs of logic and reach the city of the Winged Ones?
Only the magic of clear thought, my lord.
Also my instruction manual.
The cliffs of logic. It is the sacred oracle's prophecy, Azure.
Yes, Ariel. It is lucky for you, human, that climbing the cliffs of logic is part of a prophecy that I cannot ignore. We have just been ordered by Wazir Al-Hazred himself to dispose of any strangers that might land on our fair isle. But the prophecy would have a different fate befall you.
The prophecy predicts that whosoever climbs the cliffs of logic will defeat the Minotaur. The Minotaur has violated our sacred catacombs and eats our young in sacrifice. Our own daughter, Lady Celeste, was taken there only this morning as his most recently demanded offering.
A dilemma, then. Whom shall I obey in regards to your fate? The Oracle or the Crown? But since Al-Hazred did not dictate how I was to dispose of intruders, and since you cannot possibly survive the catacombs, your imprisonment there should serve both purposes quite admirably.
I will not resist you in this, my lord. I shall do my best to save your daughter.
First, I must tell you that the catacombs are a labyrinth of rooms, a place of exceeding danger. You will need many tools and clear wits to survive it.
I am ready.
Good.
Very well. My guards will take you there now. You seem courageous enough, but the catacombs will determine how brave you really are.
So, in that sequence, if you do not have everything that you need, Alex will not say, "I am ready." But if you have everything that you need, he'll say what he did there, "I am ready." Instead, you get a chance to get ready if you're missing a tool. And then you come back here, and then
Why did
you're
you
let
tell
in.
Lord Azure you were ready and willing to face the catacombs? No one is ever ready, and only a fool could be willing.
And you are far wiser, I suppose, to leave a maiden to die? To not fight this plague on your own people?
Bravery and suicide are two different things, human. You will have a chance to renounce your choice soon enough, when you lay trembling under the Minotaur's hooves.
We shall see. Thanks for the escort.
We only escort you to your death. May the fates make it quick so that you do not have to scream long.
The catacombs
Clank.
entrance door is locked from the outside by the Winged One's guards. It seems that leaving the catacombs by that door is not an option.
Okay. Let's go ahead and make a new save here. So, yeah. In my first playthrough, I basically soft-locked. I did not have the tools that I needed, and I didn't know it. And Alex, basically, I don't know what exactly he says, but he will say something that he says, that I need some time to get ready. Or it'll just progress to a point where I will, I'll come back when I'm ready or something like that. They'll let you off at the top of the cliffs, and then you can, go about. But the next time you come back, you'll be thrown into the catacombs, and you better have the tools that you need, or you're stuck. So, the very first time I played that, I didn't know any of this, and I ended up getting soft lock in the catacombs because I didn't have I think it was the hole in the wall I was missing. So, yeah, it's a neat little thing where if you don't have everything you need to proceed, the game will give you a chance to do it, but if you don't have everything that you need, it's not going to give you any more hints, and you just got to figure it out on your own based on what what you do inside the catacombs. Yeah, frustrating, but that was how Sierra Games went. Give me 1 second here. Oh gosh, how do I want to go about this? Do I just want to like fly blind here, or do I want to map this? How should I go about this? Give me 1 second here. Need to mute my mic. Okay. Okay. Should I map this? That's the key question right now.
Niches in the wall form stone burial beds. Ancient bones lie crumbling on the unyielding rock.
I don't remember this being very complex. I kind of remember. I know I need to get some coins. I know that there's a puzzle that I need the brick for. Let me actually look at my inventory. I'll need to use the brick on a puzzle. I need the hole in the wall for a puzzle. I need the scarf. I think I will feel things out for a minute. We'll see if I can figure it out. You know what? I am gonna map it. Hang on a second. Let's move this over here. I'm done with dinner, so my plate can go over here. Let's open up my notes app. Okay. Grab this. Hopefully it's got a charge. Okay. I used to get my granddad to do the brick part. You got scared? That is a pretty scary puzzle, though, to be fair. Okay. So... Okay, this is actually going to go this way. So here is... I will make blue my start. And it has exits in this direction and in this direction. Okay. Let us begin mapping. Okay, so this is just an ordinary room that we can go forward in. I know eventually, like, you'll get so far and then it'll just, like, say, oh, no, I don't, hold on a second. There. No.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
Feg, thank you so much for the follow. Very appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed your stay. Okay. Let's go. So this one can go forward or to the right. I know that like the wrong direction is just gonna tank you, and that's fine. I'm expecting that. Ooh, bat. I can go in this direction.
Alexander hears a low growling, so faint as to seem born of his fired imagination rather than of any living creature.
Yeah, that's not your imagination, Alex. You're in trouble. Okay, and then this goes... I can go up. Oop, I've reached a possible dead end. Okay, it's not a completely dead end. Do I have the luxury of oh wait, no. Can I grab the skull? Okay. I know I need that.
Alexander picks up the skull.
Cool. Alright. Let me notate that, because that is important. And I might as well save my map. And I'll do it in green, because if I put like a red skull or something like that, it'll probably think, oh, this way is death. If I look at this map ever again. Okay. So we can go back this way. Bats. Okay, I will do another save. Okay, so I can go, whoops, not green, blue. I can go to the left. Oh, this puzzle. Okay, I gotta mark this. And in order to proceed to this direction, I need to get this right. Okay. I'm gonna go back and explore back down a little bit. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Hey Cole, are you still there? And how is your packing going if you are? Oh, that's gonna make me do pixel hunting. There we go. Alexander has a swagger. Okay. And then I can go in this direction. And then this leads... Oh god, that scared me.
Somewhere, far off into the catacombs, the sounds of hooves faintly echo.
Why am I not using a grid piece of paper for this? It's definitely some kind of confident wobble. That is a very apt description. It's not so much a swagger as a confident wobble. I'm gonna have to remember that. Let's go. Let's see what up goes. Okay, so this goes like this, and I can go up. And then this allows me to go to the left. And it will only...
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
I can see why this could, like, scare someone as a youth. It is kind of... Can I go down from here? Is that what it's letting me do? Or is this gonna be a dead end? Oh, no, darn it. Okay, good. It lets me go down. Okay. And then I can keep going down. I think this just loops around. Oh, okay. So I'm pretty sure that if I go to the right, that'll just loop back.
Alexander hears a low growling, so faint as to seem born of his fired imagination rather than of any living creature.
I have a sneaky feeling... I'm gonna save real quick. I have a sneaky feeling that this direction is dead. Yep.
As he walks through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
Bye-bye.
Tickets. Oh. Next.
Don't just wander, Alexander. Let your conscience be your guide.
Technically, I did let my conscience be my guide. I had a bad feeling about that room. Let me see something here. Does it tell you?
All of the doorways in the catacombs look alike, giving Alexander no clue as to their order or purpose.
Okay, so it doesn't actually give you any kind of an out. It's just you stumble upon it, and then you just add that to your map. It was the first death of the game.
Somewhere, far off into the catacombs.
Yes, we know. There's a thing far off into the catacombs. Yeah, it was one of those things. I had a feeling I was about to die, so I saved. I want to go back to the start. Yeah, my completionist tendencies in terms of mapping is going to result in me dying quite frequently here, but that's okay because then I'll have a map. And I want to say that I did have like the way memorized when I was a youth and played this a lot more often. Now, not so much. I kind of forgot about the skull, so it's good that I'm wandering around. I know that there's coins in here somewhere. If there's anything else, I don't quite remember, but we'll get there. We'll figure it out. Okay, so now we're in the puzzle room. So 3 roses laid upon the bower, a scythe for he who cuts the flower, a crown, a dove, most noble race, thy bones make sacred this dread place. Okay, so rose, rose, rose. I can speak today. Okay, so I should save. This would be a good place to screw up. Okay, so rose, 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 and then scythe, and then a crown, a dove, and what was the rest of it? Thy bones make sacred this dread place. Okay. There we go. A scythe, rose, and crown. That would be interesting, and
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
not too many people would kind of see it for what it is, but you could kind of explain the story behind it. Scythe, rose, and crown. But do you want to include the dove and the bones? That's the thing. And it would have to be 3 roses. Let's see. Hashtag only real fans. I could see that working though. Like it would be a good traditional tattoo.
Alexander hears a low.
Yeah, we know. That would be a good it would have a good traditional tattoo. There's a lot of artistic potential you could do with those that iconography. And it would have a link to the game. Okay. So I don't remember what direction I'd take at this point. This is where it gets a little fuzzy. Okay. I can go left or
Ah, you were a human only and not the monster
that scared
himself.
me because I was looking
I heard
down.
you coming and thought you were the beast. Did my father send you here to save me?
Why, yes, he did, but how did you...
Hush, there is no time. I think I have discovered the Minotaur's secret exit from the catacombs. Follow me, and we'll both be saved.
Yeah, no. Thank you for warning me not to go in this direction. I wouldn't want to be a super obvious nerdy shout-out, though a thing that looks nice but also has meaning definitely requires some thought. Any kind of body art that you want to do should have some thought behind it. I've I want to get a tattoo of my Orcish clan insignia. Basically, you know, so that whenever I pass away, they know where to take me.
There you are. Why do you not follow me? Do you wish for death by the Minotaur? Hurry, we can tarry no longer.
We can tarry no longer. Hush, there is no time. At least it wasn't like the male voice actor pretending to be female, because that's just like obviously fake. Now it's just like, okay, getting better with the voice acting, but you still got to do the acting part. Okay, we're just gonna ignore her because we know that leads to our doom.
Somewhere, far off
Old
into
Barry
the
one.
catacombs, the sounds of hooves faintly echo.
Ah, here we go, the shield. That's one of the things I get here. Whoops. Let's not do that in red. Okay. Item. Shield. Okay. And then we can go up. So let's grab that shield.
Alexander takes the shield from the wall.
Okay, Veg, sounds good. Hope your recipe's going well. What you cooking? Okay, we can go up from here.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
I can go up or to the right, so let's try going to the right. Oh no, it's this part.
It's a trap. The doors have sealed Alexander inside. And the ceiling is coming down.
Grab the brick.
In a desperate move, Alexander throws a brick into the grinding gears. The brick is caught between two cogs. The gears shriek and shudder. The mechanism grinds to a halt. The ceiling is stuck. The trap is sprung.
Yay, I lived. Okay. I want to see what's up here before we do that again. Okay, this allows me to go in this direction. I'm having a faint memory. I don't know if I want to go this way yet. Like, there might have been something after the gear. Oh wait, no, there's. Okay, if I'm remembering right, I don't know if I'm remembering right, but I think after the gear room is where I get the coins, maybe? Let me find out. Okay, so we did this room. This allows me to go to the right. And I can go up or down here. Let's try up. Oof, I'm starting to feel lost. I have a map, but I'm starting to feel lost. Okay, this is just... Oh, that's a dead end. Okay, cool.
Sounds! A trap floor!
Oh no, this is a progress room. Shoot. I'm not ready for this yet. Hold on.
Alexander seems to have fallen to a lower level of the catacombs. Wherever he is, the place sure is dark. Alexander can't even see his hand in front of his face.
Okay, I'm gonna let this death happen. because I need to go back up and finish mapping. Unless I got everything I needed. I don't know if I got everything I needed. That's the uncertainty about this. Welcome back.
Here's the scrabble of hooves in the dark room.
Yeah, we're about to.
Hello?
Dickens. Oh.
Yeah, it's not pleasant. I mean,
caught in the dark, Alexander?
Not that any death is pleasant, but that's particularly unpleasant. Like, you know, just the implication and then letting your imagination take over. It gives you the shivers. Okay. Let's not go that route yet.
Alexander hears a low growling.
You're making mochi. Oh, that's cool. That sounds really good. I don't know if I've ever had mochi before. Like it's the. Oh, is this a? Oh, wait, is this the coin room? I think this is the coin room. Hold on, let me mark my map here.
Niches in the wall form stone burial beds. Ancient bones lie crumbling on the unyielding rock. Alexander notices that this skeleton has old coins over its eyes.
Yes, let's poke you in the eye. Poke.
Alexander finds 2 coins on the skeleton's eyes. He takes the old coins.
Okay, item, coins. Cool. Alright, so I was correct in not progressing. I mean, I could have come back to get the coins, because I think it lets you back into the catacombs, but, you know, why make a second trip into this creepy place? I really wish that I had more exposure to Japanese cuisine. I have tried, other than sushi, what is it called? What is it called with the pancake? Not the fish-shaped pancake, but it's just like a round pancake with the red bean paste. Did I go too far? I think I went too far. Yes, I went too far. Okay. Really good salmon teriyaki. And it reminds me of my manager. For some reason, she has this thing for salmon bacon. Literally making the paste right now. That's cool. Anko? I don't know. Did I save? Okay, I should probably save before I proceed. Oops, not green.
Somewhere, far off into the catacombs, the sounds of hooves faintly echo.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure that I will save. I am fairly sure that this is a death room. Yes, this is a death room. Oh no, it's just a dead end. Okay, cool. That's nice. It doesn't outright kill you. But we don't need to be here, so it's all good. Okay. So now... now I need... How am I gonna mark this on my map? I don't know how to do a transition. I'll use purple. I'll make purple. Oh god, if I don't rip this out of my ears again.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
Okay, so we're gonna do... I don't know which direction this is gonna go in, so I'll just do that. Okay. I've also made miso cookies. That is interesting.
Sounds! A trap floor!
Alexander seems to have fallen to a lower level of the catacombs. Wherever he is, the place sure is dark. Alexander can't even see his hand in front of his face.
Come on, let me use my items. Okay, there we go.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinder box and uses the flint in the box to light it.
Aha! So that's why it's dark in here. A torch is out.
Alexander lights the extinguished torch and puts his tinderbox away.
Okay. Now we can go ahead. We've completely explored the upper level. We can go ahead and save and explore the lower level. I just stumbled on just one cookbook for the cookies and salmon and more recipes I've tried. They're surprisingly simple. I like surprisingly simple, so I'm going to write that down. You're just giving me all kinds of useful things for me to look up later. Okay. Nope, don't undo stroke. Just one cookbook. Is this a website or a book? That around a little bit. Okay. Ready to continue. Let's go down first. Both. Fortunately, tons of free stuff online. That's good. I like free stuff online. Okay, this is an up and down. I don't remember if this section, like, if you linger too long, if you get clobbered or what happens. Okay, so I can go up.
Alexander hears a low growling, so faint as to seem born of his fired imagination rather than of any living creature.
Okay, Veg. We can go in this direction. I have an odd feeling this one's going to be kind of squarish.
Somewhere, far off into the catacombs, the sounds of hooves faintly echo.
Can we go down here? Yeah, I kind of need to know how long to... Oh, that's a death room.
Through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
Okay, don't go that way.
Tickets. Oh. Next.
Don't just wander, Alexander.
I'm just mapping. I'm not wandering. I'm not lost. You're lost. Yeah, I think I think there's some places. I think we need a guardrail. I think a guardrail would be very helpful. Where am I going? Okay, so I actually got to go down a few rooms here, which is always difficult with the way that this is set up. Go down. Because I do remember, like, roughly what I have to do in this section. I just need to map it out so I know, like, where everything is. And I'll probably, like, save it to the drive so that I don't have to worry about it anymore. Has anybody else ever noticed that, like, whenever there's a catacomb or a maze or something, it feels like padding sometimes? This feels less like padding because of, like, all the tension and stuff, but, like in a lot of different RPGs. Let's see. So I can go up or to the left. Let's... I want to save here because I have a bad feeling about left. Oh, nope, left is okay. I have a bad feeling about down, though. No, don't click on...
Alexander hears a low growl.
Yes, yes, yes. We're in constant threat and danger. And this is... Oh, it lets me continue. Okay, cool. I have a bad feeling about left still. Oh my gosh, where is this taking me to? I can go that way or this way.
Somewhere.
I do not know where this is taking me. Okay. I have a bad feeling about down? I'd better save or I'm gonna feel really lost. Okay, dead end. Cool. Okay, it's letting me go off in this direction. I'm gonna run out of... Hold on, I gotta move all this stuff, because I know that's an edge. So let's move y'all over here. Cool. Alright. Keep moving in this direction. And... where are you taking me, game?
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
That's like the further I get here, the more of a bad feeling I'm getting, because like there's areas up off to the start where we fell in that I'm like, this feels like where I'm supposed to be, and like where I'm at now doesn't feel like where I'm supposed to be. Oh wait, hold on. I forgot to map that room. Oh good, a four-way.
Alexander hears a low growling, so faint as to seem born of his fired imagination rather than of any living creature.
I'm not liking this maze. Okay, this is a dead end? It is a dead end. Fortunately, not like a dead end. I'll mark those with little X's. Let's go this way. And if I go up, I can go this way. I feel so lost right now, and I'm worse than before. Okay. I'm sure that this is just gonna loop back around over there after a whole bunch of rooms or something. No, why does it have to be up or this way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's save again. So much saving. I have kind of a bad feeling about it. Yep, okay.
As he walks through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
I had a bad feeling first.
Tickets. Oh.
Next.
Don't just one.
I don't know if I would say it added up, considering the direction I went was down. But yeah, everything seems to be mapping out so far. Oh, this lets me go in this direction. Okay. This square's too big, so I gotta do one of these numbers. And if I keep going this direction, I should get back to where I started. if I'm right. If it doesn't throw a loop at me. Well, actually, what a loop is what I'm looking for. Oh my gosh, I really should have done this on a grid.
Somewhere, far off into the catacombs, the sounds of hooves faintly echo.
Wait, it doesn't go in that direction. I can only go left or right. Okay. My map could quickly get out of control if I don't do this right. Okay, this is a four-way room. I will save to be on the safe side because I have the distinct feeling that up is dead. Okay, it's just a dead end without actually dying. Cool. That works for me. Alright. I can't remember where it was. There was... What game was it? Zelda 2. That's what it was. It had, like, a map that would keep looping around, and I got really confused, and, like, I ran out of paper and just taped more paper to it. And then realized that it was just looping.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
No, go on. You can go, Alex. To be honest, it serves you right for only using sticky notes. I'm not using a sticky note for this one. This one only lets me go left and right. And then if I am correct, this should go... I can go left or down, and this will be the room that we started in. Good. Because if that wasn't, then I was going to panic, and my map would have been useless. Okay, cool. We are being a good cartographer. No, I'm actually doing this on my tablet, because it's a lot easier for me to like move things around and like give things different colors. Oh, come on. There we go. And it'll be easier for me to transfer over to my computer later. Okay, so now if we go this way, I should have saved first. Should I have saved first? I should have saved first.
As he walks through the doorway,
that's okay.
Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
Tickets. Oh. Next.
Don't just...
Okay. This was... Okay, up was the dead room that wasn't dead. And then... Wait a minute, no. Was this a four-way? This was the four-way. Okay, cool. Go down. Never... I guess, yeah, you wouldn't really see the use of tablets, but it's really just an extension of paper. Oh, wow.
As he walks through the doorway, Alexander gets a very bad feeling about this room.
Tickets. Oh. Next.
Don't just wonder, Alexander. Let your conscience be your guide.
I'm getting good at finding those rooms. Okay. Let's do another save. Okay, good. This is not a dead room. So I can keep going.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal.
is a three-way. Okay. So I can go this way or this way. And this should just be a room, left and right, just what I thought. Okay. Alright, so that loops around there. Good. Alright, I got that map part figured out. Cool. Let's save here. If I'm remembering correctly, I don't think there's anything here that I pick up.
Alexander hears the sound of a wild beast again. This time, so loud that the creature itself seems to be in the same room with him.
Okay.
The noises are coming from the other side of the east wall.
Okay, I got you, game.
Alexander puts the hole in the wall on the east wall. The hole in the wall trembles slightly with dread at the clammy feeling of the stones. Alexander peers through the hole in the wall and sees just another room in the catacombs.
I know.
Aha! Not just another room at all. So that's why Alexander couldn't find the Minotaur's lair. At least Alexander now knows the lair exists, somewhere in the maze on the other side of this wall. While Alexander contemplates what he's just seen, the hole in the wall, frightened by the Minotaur, makes a run for it. Alexander hopes the little creature finds its way home to the Isle of Wonder.
Okay. So, so we are the best cartographer. We have mapped out everything except for where we need to go. The worst part is if you try to get around this part, it's all, oh, this tapestry is nice. I remember that too. Can you die in that tapestry room if you don't use the hole in the wall first? Like, I have a faint memory of running into the Minotaur there, and actually, I don't remember. Okay, so I go over. Or maybe if it's like, if you don't have the hole in the wall, it just keeps killing you or something. I don't remember. Might be one of those places if you hang around too long, he tries to use the latch. That could be it. That could be it. It's been such a long time since I did this. Okay, so now we just keep following this until we get to the three-way, and then we take a right at the three-way. Okay, this is the three-way. So we go in this direction, and then we will go up. And in this direction, then we will go up. And this should be just a regular room, yep. And then, oops, that's green, not blue. And then in this room is going to be the tapestry room. So let's go ahead and save. Oh, yeah, maybe. You know, I don't remember. Oops.
A very beautiful, very dusty tapestry hangs on the wall.
Gotta dip again and work on the recipe. It's more intensive. Hope to make it back later. Well, if you don't make it back later, thank you so much for hanging out with me, Vague, and thank you again for the follow. It has been fun going on this adventure with you and reliving some of my childhood in King's Quest VI. I'm glad that you're a big fan of this. And I hope you hang around for some more of whatever else I do. So, good luck with the recipe, and I hope to see you again soon. Sounds good. Thank you, Vague. Alright, let's...
This tapestry looks familiar. Now let's see. I don't feel anything. Aha! A hidden latch.
Alexander triggers the little latch. A secret door rolls open.
Okay, before I go in there, let me map. And save. And let's go in there. Go in there. You can do it, Alex. I have confidence in you.
No! I beg of you! Please don't hurt me!
Your struggles are useless.
Ugh.
It's the Minotaur, and he's struggling with a Winged One's girl. She must be Lady Celeste.
So, I am gonna have to admit, I'm not a fan of the Minotaur's voice acting. I feel that there are better ways to do, like, a monster voice. Than whatever that is. Like, that's how I used to make weird monster sounds as a kid.
The Minotaur is a huge, monstrous beast with cloven hooves and the head of a bull.
Let's see. I think I just get his attention with this.
Alexander steps forward, determined to use anything at hand to save the girl. But before he can do anything...
You there! Human! Help me! Help!
Who dares enter my lair?
I ask you to release your captive or suffer the consequences.
Rawr. Never. You die, human.
As the Minotaur advances in attack, Alexander slowly backs away. Until he can back...
Now where to, little man? Rawr.
Alexander, his back inches from the fiery pit, tempts the Minotaur with the Red Queen's scarf.
Look here, you bully! Nice, bright red.
Red. Now you die.
The Minotaur drops from sight amidst the consuming flames. Slowly, his scream fades as well.
Have you been harmed, Lady Celeste? Are you all right?
No, I am not all right. I assume you do not intend to leave me tied up on this vile monstrosity.
Of course not. Sorry, let's see. If you'll give me a moment, I'll have these untied in no time.
I can't wait that long. Look, I wear a small dagger just inside my belt. It should be enough to cut the rope.
Oh, all right. I've got it, Lady Celeste. Here we go.
Thank you. You may keep the dagger as a gift for saving my life.
That's very generous.
Forget it. Do you mind if we just get out of here now?
Well then, we have conquered the maze.
The Winged One's guards, bored with the pointless waiting, are startled by the sound of rock moving against rock.
Lady Celeste, fight thee well.
I'm quite well, thanks to the bravery of a mere human. So much for your superior intellects.
Yes, milady.
Now bring him along.
Burned.
I'm going home.
I see you have proven yourself the hero of the prophecy. Well, I am expected to thank you for saving my daughter's life, so I thank you. I am obliged to thank you for the restoration of our sacred catacombs. It means much to our people. We have already begun the process of clearing the deadly traps from its rooms. It is also my duty to grant you a visit with the Oracle. So this I do. I will grant you the freedom to leave here unharmed, despite my orders to the contrary from the Crown. But there, my obligations to you end. I have no love for Alhazred, but he is my liege, and if Princess Cassima trusts him and wishes to wed him, my guards will take you to the Oracle now. When your time with her is through, I want you to leave the City of the Winged Ones and never return. I don't know who you are or what you want here, but I will not disobey my crown further.
I thank you, Lord Azure. I will respect your wishes.
Hail to thee, great oracle. Lord Azure sends you this wingless mail. It appears that he solved the cliffs of logic and...
defeated the Minotaur in his lair. So I have seen. So this is the one that haunts my pool of late. Welcome, young seeker. What knowledge do you desire?
Princess Cassima, whatever you can tell me, great oracle.
Ah, of course, the princess. That explains my images. Let us see what we can see. I see a maiden, lovely and pure, but surrounded by evil. She's a rose set amidst bitter thorns. It is her fate to be the pawn of dark powers, and yours to try to redeem her.
How? How do I redeem her?
Fate is not like the cut of a blade, young one, but rather like the myriad of paths formed when a hammer cracks ice. I will tell you what I can, but what will actually come to pass is up to you. I see that any attempt to reach the girl will force you into battle, a struggle against a dark force. If you lose, your life will be forfeit.
Who must I fight?
A great darkness surrounds your adversary, preventing me from seeing clearly. I can only make out the shape of a black cloak. But before this final struggle, I see an infiltration, a dangerous game of hide-and-seek in corridors filled with enemies. The risks are high, but it is the only way to reach the one you seek. There is more than one way into this place. Your choice will dictate much.
What else do you see, mighty oracle?
Oh, such pain. I see two restless spirits crying out for revenge. These shades could help you destroy the dark force if they were to be brought back from their spiritual form. Yet this is only one possible path to your destiny. I'm afraid this is getting beyond me. I know very little about the afterlife. I can only advise getting counsel from the druids. Be warned. The druids are reclusive and dangerous. They might aid you, or they might destroy you. Like their island, the druid's nature is hidden in the mists. There is nothing more I can do for you, except to give you this. It is water from the sacred pool. That and my blessing go with you.
Thank you, great oracle.
Progress. let's save. Save 9. Progress. Also, yay! The boots that I ordered for a buddy of mine have arrived and he is breaking them in. Kind of a traditional gift that I give him. Okay, so a lot has happened. One second here. Okay, so I have the baby's tears in the hunter's lamp. Let's go ahead and add this.
Alexander pours the contents of the oracle's vial into the hunter's lamp with the baby's tears. The vial, now empty of its sacred fluid, disintegrates.
Convenient way of getting rid of it. Let's see. We're going to need the shield to get the rest of the water, and I believe that part is next. So,
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
That is the Isle of
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Hey, Cole, you still there? I should probably ask that whenever there's not sounds going on. Hey, Cole, you still there? Are you still packing? Okay, now we can use the shield.
Alexander decides to pass through the gate, preparing the shield just in case. The magic arrow completely shatters the shield. Good thing the arrow didn't hit Alexander. Alexander takes a magnificent white rose from the rose hedges.
Okay, and now we are going to be on a timed section. Oops.
Alexander walks forward to step onto the gazebo. But the rose hedges on either side of the path, sensing an intruder's presence, reach out their vines and blend together. The path is blocked.
Oh. Shoot. I forgot about that. We need like a scythe or something. I think is the item we need. I don't remember where to get that though. Well, time to explore. Okay. Let's take a look at the spell book to see where we are in terms of ingredients that we need. Okay. So we got almost everything we need for that. We're almost at that. Coal and scythe. Suddenly my memory is becoming vague. Let me think here. So I know I get the egg by giving what's-her-face the coal. Oh, I'm missing things and I don't know how to get them, and let's do a little bit of wandering, because
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
now my memory is starting to fade on where I go next. Fairly sure it was not here. There's no reason for it to be there. I wonder.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Did I miss something in the catacombs? I don't feel like I did. Like, I was literally as thorough as I could get. And I don't think I have anything else here to give. Let's talk with some people here and see if we get anywhere. Jello!
Jalo, my friend, is the wedding still moving forward at the castle?
Prince Alex! Egads, yes, that confounded wedding has a whole castle a-bustle. Look, I didn't come here to talk about that, though. I came to warn you.
Warn me? About what? Isn't the wedding bad enough?
No, listen. The Wazir knows that you're here, Alexander. He's posted extra guards, and he's telling them about a foreign saboteur. Who else could he mean but you? The Wazir's genie must have learned of your presence in the land, Prince Alex. I don't know how, but he must have.
I haven't exactly been discreet, I'm afraid.
Alexander, this is serious. Alhazred will never let you get close to Casima now. He doubled the castle guard, probably to make sure you keep out. Gadzooks! Oh, it's too bad there isn't some way to convince Alhazred that you've left the islands or even died. If he thought you were out of the way, you might be able to get close enough to...
What an interesting thought. Tell me more about this genie.
The genie's name is Shamir Shamazel. Alhazred brought Shamir with him when he came to this kingdom. Shamir probably won't directly threaten you, but that doesn't mean he isn't dangerous. He can be a terrible trickster and an ingenious spy. It's too bad we can't get our hands on Shamir's lamp. If we had that lamp, Alhazred and all of our problems would be solved. Wouldn't that be a fine thing?
You would wish to be master of such a wicked creature?
Oh, Shamir isn't necessarily evil. Genies never are, you know. They only reflect their owner's heart, for good or ill. Alhazred is hardly a shining example for an impressionable genie.
So how do you propose we go about getting Shamir's lamp?
What? Oh, Prince Alex, I was only dreaming. I mean, the lamp is heavily guarded. It would be easier to steal Alhazred's own trousers while he's wearing them than it would be to get that lamp.
But surely a clown's hands are quick and agile.
Well, yes, they are, as a matter of fact. But then the theft would be detected almost immediately. And then... my poor neck.
If the theft were detected.
Oh, I see. Yes, well, there might be a slim chance. But only that. If you could find a replica of the genie's lamp, an exact replica, I might be able to make the swap. I alone might get close enough. But I couldn't tell you what to look for. I caught a glimpse of it only once. I would know it if I saw it again, but to say I cannot.
Well, I'll just have to see what I can do.
Good luck to you then, Prince Alex. I really must be going back to the castle. I don't think I'll be able to come back here. If we were spied on, well, it's too high a risk. I hope you understand. If I see Casima, I'll tell her I saw you. If you do ever make it to the castle, look me up. And do be careful, friend.
I will. Goodbye, Jalo. Thanks for all your help.
Okay, so I think we've got all those pieces in place now. Let's see. I don't think there's anything else for me.
Go help my daughter! She needs something to fix her hair!
Yes, stepmother.
Let me go. Let me through. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna step away real quick to use the restroom and to ponder, because I'm missing a couple things. I just gotta figure out where the heck they are. So, be right back. All right. I think I've got an idea. Alright. I need to take a look at my map, because the only other place that I haven't been to yet is the Isle of the Mists. And I thought I don't go there until later, but I could be mistaken. I don't even know if it's available on my map yet. Okay, I just wanted to make sure everything was going forward smoothly, Cole. Let's save our progress. Let's use the map.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Don't forget to have a snack or something. It's been a little bit. You don't want to completely exhaust yourself here. Okay, the Isle of Mists.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Okay, good. Okay, so
From the northeast come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
Okay. Let's kind of hope that this is not like a game over. Nope. Nope. Darn it. Hold on here. Try going this way. Come on, go into the thing.
From the east come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting. Alexander reaches into the fire pit and takes a lump of coal.
There we go. Okay. And then there's the scythe. I thought I had to go inside ahead, but I guess not.
Alexander takes the scythe.
Okay. Those were the two things I knew I was missing, so now we can sneak out of here.
From the northeast come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
Okay. We've got what we need.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Okay, now we can go and get that rotten egg. There's also something else I'm missing. There it is. Okay. I don't know if it was there the whole time, but I need this.
Alexander picks up the bottle.
Here we go again, everybody.
Your Highness may as well spend her royal time contemplating something else. The lump of coal shall be sent to the Castle of the Crown under my name, and that's all there is to it.
No, it shan't.
Yes, it shall.
If the coal is sent in your name, I shall royally decree a ban on all red on this isle.
You do, and I shall royally decree that white shall be henceforth used for all mopping up of cabbage stew.
You wouldn't dare!
Oh, wouldn't I?
Oh, it's you! Have you thought of any more of those brilliant ideas of yours?
I found the two of you another lump of coal so that you can stop fighting over the one you have.
Oh, let me see. A lump of coal. And what a beauty it is, too. Oh, marvelous. Now we can stop fighting, sister. Your Highness can just keep the old lump of coal, and I'll take this new one.
Quite right. That settles everything.
As a token of our endless esteem and royal favor, please accept this magnificent and truly incredible spoiled egg.
Thanks.
Let me see that lump of coal, Your Highness.
It is a beauty, isn't it?
Why, it's bigger than my lump of coal. Let me have it immediately.
Over my dead body, Your Highness. It's my lump of coal, and it is indeed larger and much grander. Just look at that sheen.
Does coal have
I
a sheen?
demand you exchange with me immediately.
Yeah, there's no winning this one, Prince Alex. Okay, I think we are done in this area. I think so anyway. Let me move a little bit closer because I believe my mic has warmed up and it's not hearing me as much. Not so much, no. Let's turn that up slightly. I might have to invest in a new mic. This thing gets quiet after a certain amount of time. Not a good thing. I have to get really close to it. Okay. Let's do one of these numbers. Alright, we'll see if that helps. Nope, not really. I have to be right up against it in order to be heard, apparently, so... do one of these numbers, turn up that. Okay, that should be a little bit better. I think, maybe. I'm not sure. Okay, that... maybe? No? Levels are hard. Streaming is hard. Okay. Let's save. We've got progress. And...
The spoiled egg has a slightly yellowed shell that bulges in spots from the pressure of the gases inside.
Yay. Okay. Let's see.
Alexander is carrying an old, battered hunter's lamp. The lamp contains sacred water and baby's tears.
Okay. Let's use the map.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Because I believe now we are at the point where we go to the Isle of the Beast and do what
Alexander
we need to do
feels
there.
a strange pulling sensation.
Meow. The map has meowed at me. Come hither, meowing map. Let us proceed. Let us save the game, though, because this next section is timed. And while I fully expect to get there without a problem...
Alexander walks forward to step onto the gazebo. But the rose hedges on either side of the path, sensing an intruder's presence, reach out their vines and blend together. The path is blocked.
Okay, let's do some gardening. Vorpal Scythe, go!
Alexander wields the scythe, determined to get past the magical rose hedges. The leaves fly as Alexander tries to cut the branches faster than they can grow back together. He sees light. He's through.
Who dares enter Beast's garden?
My name is Alexander. I didn't mean to disturb your private garden.
No. And yet, monsieur, you could hardly have accidentally broken through the 3 enchanted traps of the Isle of the Beast.
I suppose it is simply my nature to break through enchanted traps.
You must be a prince, then. I know the nature of princes all too well. This face you see before you is hideous, is it not?
Well, for the face of a beast, it is really quite noble.
Ha! I'm glad you like it, for you will soon own one just like it. I too was once a pretty prince, caring for nothing but adventuring and rescuing fair maidens.
Oops.
But I rankled one too many evil hags. One dark night, I was turned into this obscenity you see before you, warped in shape and trapped on this enchanted island over 100 years ago.
Surely there is a way off this island.
Oh, surely. You broke in, did you not? And yet think, where would I go clad so eloquently as I am with this silk and this pelt? You see, my prison is also my sanctuary. You are the first to break through the barriers in lo these many years. That is, except for the druids who stole my heirloom coat of arms.
If there's any way I can help.
Help? You? I'm afraid you don't understand. The enchanted barriers were a warning and protection for you more than for me. Your prize for forcing your way past them is to join me in this dire life. By the laws of this sorcery, you are doomed to be trapped in the form of a beast. Your reward for broaching this garden is to be my slave, a slave as beastly as I am. You have only a few hours of humanity left.
But that's not possible. There must be some way to break the enchantment. Spells always have a weakness somewhere.
The enchantment you are under is tied to my own. Or the sorceress left me a way out. But I'm afraid it was only her final bitter joke. You see, I need only find a maiden to join me here, to share my castle, my life, willingly. Take another look at me. You can't help but admire the hag's terrible cruelty and cunning.
I shall try to find such a maid, for Casima's sake.
Truly? How determined of you. I personally would not waste my last few hours as a man on an impossible errand. However, you may do as you please. I give you this token. It's my family ring, and the only heirloom I have left. If perchance you should... if you think you have found a maid...
I shall give her this ring.
Yes, she must accept it of her own free will. By doing so, she accepts me. Not that you shall find anyone, mind you. Your time is short. Count the minutes on your fingers while your fingers you have, pretty prince. Your master will await you.
And fortunately, we don't have to go through that hedge maze, because one maze is enough in a game. Now, can I do this now, or...
There's no time to do anything with the fountain now. Alexander's about to turn into a beast.
Okay. So, our goal here is to... Come on, click. We don't have time for pixel hunting. The right place to click. Okay. So this one's pretty straightforward. Because obviously we're doing a whole Beauty and the Beast spin. So we just gotta find a pretty girl. Okay, map.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Now, it would be fun if it gave you, like, an actual, like, so many hours. But it actually works fairly quickly to end it. I don't know how quick. Oh, goodness, excuse me. Hi, lady.
Good day, maid. My name is Alexander. How do you do?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not allowed to talk to strangers.
Well, I have something that'll convince you otherwise.
Pardon me, maid. I hope you don't think me forward, but I see that you like roses. I thought you might, perhaps, like a fresh white rose.
Alexander can see the conflict in the girl's pretty face as she fights between her distrust of him and her desire for the white rose. The rose wins.
Oh, I shouldn't, sir, but it is so lovely. I've never seen a rose of white. It looks so pale and delicate. Wherever did you find one of such a color?
There are many hedges of them on the Isle of the Beast, and they grow together like magic.
Oh, truly? What an adventure that must be to see them. But I should not speak so, especially to a stranger. Thank you for the rose, though, kind sir.
Beast's ring is made of pure, heavy gold and bears an insignia possibly related to Beast's princely past. Alexander has a thought about the serving girl. He decides to bring up the subject of Beast with her.
Let me tell you about the place where the white roses grow. The Isle of the Beast is an enchanted place. There's a path running through a deep forest. The path crosses 3 magic blockades, set to keep all visitors away. At the center lives a tremendous beast.
Really? Magic blockades? How exciting! What kind of a beast? Is it very terrifying and ferocious?
It is a beast that walks on 2 legs and dresses like a prince. It speaks with the voice of a man.
A beast that talks and wears clothes? How is that possible? Is the beast magic too?
Not magical. Enchanted. Beast was once a prince, but a witch trapped him in the form of a beast and set him on the island. There he lives in a castle in the midst of a maze.
How terrible! Imagine how lonely he must be.
It is a very lonely prospect, isn't it? Oh, I have met him, you see. He is indeed ferocious, but who would not be?
He really exists? Oh, how it breaks my heart. If I could, I would tend to such a beast. Such a beast might find comfort in a kind face. Do you not think it so?
Oh, I think it's so. I very much think it's so. You would not be afraid of him?
Afraid? Maybe at first. But how silly of me to speak so. The roses in this little yard are the only magic I will ever see.
I could take you there. In fact, I would owe you my life if you would go. If you truly wish to go.
You are serious? I could leave here? Oh, I have always dreamt of leaving. But to actually go... This is the only home I have ever known.
Home is a hard place to leave, even if you're unhappy there.
But I will go. If I can help him, I must go.
I'm gonna just comment.
Is
She
there
has
nothing you wish to take with you?
There is nothing.
Then take this ring. It is his. He will be pleased if you would wear it.
Why, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Thank you kindly, sir.
Beauty! Where do you think you're going?
To a place where roses grow, and to someone who truly needs me.
I see you wear my ring. You willingly agreed to spend your life here with me? Do you know what that means?
Yes, my lord, I do. I have been touched by your story.
Pity alone need not sentence you to endure this face.
Oh, but it is a gentle face, and kind.
You look at me so sweetly and are not repulsed. Oh, by the light of your eyes, my spirit soars. The enchantment! It is broken!
I am pleased to have served you, my lord. Do you still wish me to stay?
What? Speak not such nonsense, Beauty. Do you think that I learned nothing of true love during my time here? You are my queen.
Oh, my clothes! This gown!
How well it suits your noble heart.
Alexander, how can I ever repay you? I have nothing to offer except my gratitude. But please, take these old clothes. Perhaps you'll find someone in need during your travels.
You have already repaid me by your example of courage, Beauty. And by your friendship, I hope.
You will always have our friendship and loyalty, Prince Alexander. But from a fellow adventurer, take some advice. If you find your true love, protect her with your life. Fear all beasts without the redeeming humanity of love. And to aid you, accept my mirror. Now that my life is no longer hung in false shadows, I have no need for it. Give it to someone with nothing to fear from the truth it reveals.
Thank you. I wish you both well.
Come, Beauty. Let me take you home.
So, oh my god, that music. Let's get this.
Alexander fills the hunter's lamp to the brim with the fountain water.
So a few things that I want to comment here about this sequence. First and foremost, you didn't really see it in the other portrait that I can remember, but when she had the servant's clothes on that portrait, wow, those were some breasts. Also, they literally just met, so I would say this isn't really true love. This is maybe just at the infatuation stage, maybe. But, you know, fairy tales, happily ever after, blah, blah, blah. But at least, you know, she was like, oh, hey, you know, an anthropomorphic thing, I guess a boar. Not quite an orc. Although there are some art styles that do take, like, the anthropomorphic boar and call that an orc. Like, Dragon Quest is one of them, and I've seen some other ones as well, mostly in Japanese art. So, I have mixed feelings about this sequence because, okay, cool, we helped an orc find some love, but then they turned back human? So, what does that say? I don't know. We'll just save because we got progress. Let the humans do human things. I believe we are at the point where we can cast a spell.
Alexander prepares to enchant the hunter's lamp with the Make Rain spell incantation.
Clouds of thunder, shafts of light, come and sup with me tonight. Waters 3 have I for tea, brew a tempest now for me.
The lamp in Alexander's hand gives a little perk. He hopes the spell works despite his makeshift teapot.
All right. So this is where the path diverges. Let's see if there's anything else.
The little bottle contains some sort of potion and bears a label saying, "Drink me." That's rather forward of it.
Okay, I need to make a new save. Because right here our path will change. Ugh, I really should put wireless headsets in, but I'm afraid that they won't last very long. Nope. Okay.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
So before we go back to the Isle of the Mists, okay, Isle of the Beast should be done. Isle of Wonder, I think is done. Sacred Mountain is done.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
So we should be just the Isle of the Crown and Mists. Cole, how are you doing? Progress going well? No shenanigans going on outside, is there?
Good day, Prince Alexander.
We are not ready for this part. We're almost there, though.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Great gods! Did you see that? The man just appeared from nowhere.
Perhaps he was sent by the spirits. I see no boat.
He is an intruder, no matter how he got here. Grab him!
Oh, noes.
Not again. Look, I'll leave. It's no problem.
I think not. Let's go.
Alexander is frozen at the spectacle before him. Robed figures are gathered around a bonfire. Some mystical ceremony is taking place, but as to its purpose, Alexander has no clue.
We found a trespasser on the beach, Archdruid.
Uh-oh. Archdruid. Now what has Alexander wandered into?
This must be the foreigner we were warned about. How appropriate that he should come during our rain festival. place him in the sacrificial cage.
Wait! I must rescue the princess!
There's an ancient druid saying, a man who would save others must first save himself.
Alexander is
corn nuts.
pushed into the confining wicker cage. And the cage is swung out over the bonfire. Alexander starts to feel a little warm. The bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot. This cage is really hot. Fire in the cage. Alexander pulls out Beauty's old slave clothes, desperate to beat out the flames. The flame is extinguished, but the clothes themselves burn to cinders. Alexander won't be able to keep the cage from igniting for long. The heat and movement must have jarred something. Something that Alexander's carrying is starting to jiggle around. Egad, something's really percolating. The water in Alexander's lamp is hot. It's just about boiling. Alexander feels a drop. It starts to rain.
That man is a powerful nature wizard. By the sacred oak, let him down! I must apologize for our rude welcoming committee. We've been feeling inhospitable ever since the winged ones stole our sacred miniature oak tree. Besides, Vizier Al-Hazred sent a message that we were to watch out for a highly dangerous foreign assassin. I assume you are the one he meant.
I'm sure I'm precisely who he meant. I assure you, I mean to harm no one. Unless that person threatens the princess.
Dun dun dun.
I'm sorry to have disrupted your ceremony, but I'm running out of time.
What is it that you seek?
The Oracle on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain told me I should speak to you about the realm of the dead. She told me of 2 souls in unrest there that I might be able to free.
Free souls in the realm of the dead? You're mad!
The souls might be able to help me on my mission to save the princess. It's imperative that I do everything I can. The risks are not important.
No. And yet getting yourself killed will hardly help the princess. But I will tell you what I know. Legend has it that it is the right of any human to challenge the Lord of the Dead in order to save his own life or the life of another already past. But the knowledge of how to do this was lost centuries ago. I have only heard of one who tried it, a young knight who came to the land of the Green Isles from a distant land long ago. According to the story, he was determined to challenge the Lord of the Dead for the soul of his dead lover. It is said that he tamed the Lord of the Dead's horse, a black-winged, demon-hearted beast named Nightmare. Nightmare sometimes flies to the human world to feed on certain noxious plants. Those unfortunate enough to see her are glad to escape with their very souls intact. Somehow the knight captured Nightmare and rode off on her back, supposedly to the realm of the dead. But neither the knight nor his lover ever returned. If there was a means for challenge, it was lost with the night.
I see. Can you tell me anything about the Lord of the Dead?
Ah, that is a blacker matter still. To the druids, he is Samhain,
lord of coldness and despair. Samhain was once a man like you or I, but he insulted the gods and was sentenced to rule the underworld. Immortal he is and mateless, robbed of sleep, robbed of movement, robbed of companionship. It is said that he hates all mortals even more for the mortality that he lost. That is all I know.
Interesting. I shall remember.
Now look how the oak embers of our bonfire still glow hot despite the rain. If you're bent on your course, you'll need courage that's just as impervious to the chill. May your luck last longer than your storm, brave one.
Need some
May
air
it
conditioning.
indeed. Thank you, Archdruid.
All right. Well, that was some exposition. Let's take advantage of it. And let's make a new save. Which path is this? I'm gonna call it paint path. Because that's ultimately what ends up happening here. Yeah, let's see. So we're done with this, so we can now do whatever we need. I will do that later, though. For right now,
Alexander scoops up some of the red-hot embers in the ancient human skull.
I love the art for that, by the way, and I'm also going to turn this up just a tad. Turn this, there we go. Yeah, I love how they make that like a black skull that's glowing. That's just awesome art. Let's see. I believe we need this.
Alexander puts the strand of hair into the skull. Alexander cracks the spoiled egg and dumps it into the skull containing the embers and the strand of hair. The spoiled egg hisses as it makes contact with the hot embers. Zounds, the steam. Phew, the smell of sulfur.
I believe it is now ready to go. Whoops, no. So let's go ahead and use the map.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Blah, blah. Oh, blah, blah. I like how they don't make you do the whole cliff again.
Alexander arrives at the top of the cliffs, somewhat winded after his long but uneventful climb. Alexander solemnly speaks the incantation over the skull.
Creature of night, to me succumb. Fire and brimstone leave thee numb. Purity bind thee like a chain, to do whate'er I now ordain.
Nightmare flares her nostrils at the scent of the fire and brimstone.
That's it. Come on. I need passage to your homeland, fiery one.
Unable to resist the power of the enchanted smell, Nightmare approaches Alexander. Her eyes appear glassy and sightless. In her hypnotized state, she is unaware of the human so close to her flank, or of anything at all except that marvelous smell.
Now ride!
Horse!
Nightmare deposits Alexander on a strange, cold world. And some of the inhabitants don't look too friendly.
Okay, start walking, start walking. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick save. Actually, cancel, new save. We'll call this Dead Place. This place is dead. We gotta find someplace better. I want to talk to...
Who are you, poor undead creatures? I see. How interesting.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't... actually not who I wanted to talk to, but okay.
Who are you, grieving spirits?
I am Queen Ilaria of the land of the Green Isles, and this beloved spirit is my husband, King Califan. We were murdered in our beds by our trusted Vizier. Like a viper, he snuck in during the night and stabbed us in our sleep. Now my husband's soul is broken, and he will not speak.
Then you are the ones I seek. Are you not the parents of Princess Cassima?
Our daughter! Have you news of the princess?
I know that she is alive and safely back in her kingdom after being rescued from Mordak. But I'm afraid I have not personally seen her. Alhazred is keeping her in her room in mourning for you.
I am glad to hear of her return, but she will not be safe alone with that devil. Oh, that we could be there to protect her.
Cassima, how I fail thee.
My poor husband will never rest while our murder goes unavenged, and our daughter is in danger.
I came to take you back with me. Your people are still loyal to you. They need to know about the Vizier. Cassima needs you too.
But this is the realm of the dead. We cannot leave it. Nor, for that matter, can you. The only one who might be able to return us all to the land of the living is the Lord of the Dead. But he would never help us. He has no mercy.
I might be able to convince him. I must try.
Then take this. It is my ticket to the underworld. There you will find the Lord of the Dead. I cannot use the ticket as long as I'm chained here. And if we cannot be avenged, I will never be unchained.
Thank you. Perhaps it will save us all.
Be careful, young man. If you can ease my husband's torment and help our daughter, we will be most grateful.
I will do my best. Goodbye, Queen Ilaria.
Okay. Got what we needed there. Now let's go and hope that we don't run into a zombie. Go. Move. Yep. Yep.
The spirit of a woman hangs like a puff of smoke in the air. She is weeping and appears to be very distressed about something.
Why do you not rest, sad spirit?
Rest? I cannot rest. My son is lost.
Lost? You mean in this realm?
No. His spirit is stuck in the land of the living, probably looking for me. But I cannot leave to go show him the way. My poor Ali.
Is there anything I can do?
Take this handkerchief. If you get back to the land of the living and find him, tell him that his mother is waiting for him here. By this kiss, he'll be able to find his way to the realm of the dead.
I'll do my best to find him.
Oops. I hate how I keep accidentally right-clicking on my mouse. Cool. Cool. Get away from the zombie. Gotta love the backdrop for this.
Some natural instinct draws the spirits of the newly deceased to the realm of the dead. They all seem to be focused on the skull that looms in the distance.
Oh, jeez, I just realized something. There is another gatekeeper, a literal gate, and I hope I know how to get past it. Otherwise, I've got a lot of backtracking to do. Like, I don't remember if it has you type something in or how it works.
The skeleton to the left of the path hands something to the spirits that approach the underworld entrance.
Ticket, please. Next.
A uniformed skeleton stands guard at the entrance to the underworld. He takes something from the passing spirits and then waves them on into the underworld. A strange skeleton with a long horse-like head and ceremonial armor stands at the base of the path to the underworld. He watches over new arrivals with a discerning eye, handing tickets to the spirits desiring admittance. A large bone keyring hangs from his waist. A group of large bones form an interesting arrangement to the right of the path. Two smaller bones are propped up on the ground near the larger group.
Let's have some fun.
Alexander picks up the two bones on the ground. Now, what do these bones remind him of?
Ah, yes. Now I remember.
The skeletons are overcome with the musical call of the bones. They begin to jiggle, then to dance.
Let's dance, everybody. Are you dancing there at home?
Alexander finishes his tune, and the skeletons resume their posts. Despite their frolic, they don't seem any friendlier. Alexander picks up the skeleton key.
How jolly.
I must see the Lord of the Dead. Please let me pass.
Tickets only.
The skeleton at the door seems quite determined. The ghostly ticket reads, "Admit 1."
I have a ticket.
Oh, on. Next.
An ebony mass of liquid flows below the path. It must be the river Styx. Apparently, Alexander's not the only one who's curious about the body on the path. A knight's remains lie abandoned on the path. The knight, like Alexander, must have been alive when he entered the underworld, but for some reason he never reached his destination. Alexander wonders if this is the knight the Druid spoke of. The knight is wearing an old, tattered ribbon. It must have once meant much to him as a sign of his lady's favor. The knight is wearing one black gauntlet. There appears to be some writing on the gauntlet, but Alexander can't quite make out what it says. The ribbon is so old it would crumble at Alexander's touch. Alexander takes the knight's black gauntlet and examines the writing on it. Flesh may cross the portal and seek its master, death. Flesh may go where death is trod, and challenge, like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod to spare a mortal's breath. Zounds, that sounds serious.
You think? Is this where I get the River Styx water, or do I have to get it somewhere else? Let's check.
Alexander doesn't want to experiment with the organic surfaces of the underworld. They might not like it.
Okay, so this is not the place. I will save anyway, just in case.
I must see the Lord of the Dead. Please, let me ride across the River Styx on the ferry.
Charon apparently has rules as strict as those of the skeletons at the underworld's entrance. Alexander is not getting on that boat until he gives Charon the appropriate fare.
Will these coins do as fare for passage?
Charon accepts the fare and waves Alexander onto the boat.
Hold on.
Alexander would love to get some River Styx water in that teacup, but there's no access to the water from this side of the River Styx.
Okay, I think I screwed up. Hold on.
Using that on Charon's boat will not get Alexander across the river.
Do I have to walk over here first, or...?
Alexander doesn't want to experiment with the organic surfaces of the underworld.
Okay, I just need to make sure that I don't save, I guess? Unless, was it back this way? Come on, okay. Yeah, there's like, it's way too high. Okay. I hope I'm not screwing this up.
Will the...
Charon?
Like, can I just reach over while we're on the boat? That would be cool. Alright, well...
The large wooden gate at the end of the path is closed. Alexander reaches out to open the gate. Suddenly, the wood trembles beneath his fingertips.
Dun dun dun.
What touch has awakened my sleep? I smell the blood of a mortal. Reach out thine hand again, fleshy human, that I might devour it. It has been centuries since I last ate.
See, now that's a creepy monster voice.
Despite his fear, Alexander summons his bravest voice to command the living gate.
I would pass, Gate. I have business with your master.
My master and thine, human. I would be pleased to introduce thee. Only step forward and thou shalt meet him shortly.
No, thank you. I come to meet the Lord of the Dead with my flesh still intact.
And why should I let you pass, human, when I would much rather eat you?
I have been told that there is a way for humans to enter Death's realm. There must be something I can do. Some task that will allow me to pass through your doors, Gate.
I seem to recall something. A trick. Perhaps, a test. Ah, yes. Should a human try to pass, a riddle is Gates wont to ask.
A riddle it is, then.
And if thou wouldst fail to answer Gate, his thirsty jaws will be thy fate.
Agreed.
Listen as though it meant thy life then, human, for it surely does. My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
So we found the answer to this earlier.
The answer is love.
Ah, thou traitor of the mortal plane! How didst thou guess love? That riddle should never have been solved. Love is unknown in this realm.
Love cannot be banished, even from this place. There are spirits still pining of it on the surface above. Still less can it be banished from my heart.
Enough! Burden me not with thy poetry. Pass through, and quickly, before I change my mind.
Cool. Now, is this where I get what I need? Because, like, this is literally the last place I can get it.
Alexander stands in the hall of the Lord of the Dead. This is hardly a place for him to fool around with his possessions.
I think I might have screwed this up. Okay, I think the organic thing... Alright. Restore.
Using that on Charon's boat. The teacup is too delicate to be played around with.
I need to empty it.
The teacup feels delicate and fragile. The little china teacup is made of fine porcelain. The teacup contains swamp ooze.
Did I just soft lock? How do I dump this out? Let me see something here.
The realm of the dead is a... Using that...
Nope.
The realm of the dead. Alexander is carrying a book from the... The realm of the dead is a very dangerous place. There's no time for that here. Alexander scoops a little of the river Styx into the teacup with the swamp ooze, being careful not to get any of the black water on his skin.
Oh my god! Pixel hunting! Okay. Have some coins.
Will these...
So how are you doing? I'm doing fine. So far, we've only had one major frustration with pixel hunting and or moon logic, and that was it. I hope you are... Whoever's watching is being safe and healthy and packing to go somewhere safer and healthier.
The wooden gate...
Yeah, okay, touch the gate. We're gonna zip through the dialogue.
Alexander
What?
Oh, wait, I gotta talk to you.
Despite...
I...
Oh no!
I don't know...
Oh no!
Don't sound so disappointed. I will make it quick. Perhaps.
God. Okay. Let me make sure that I've got this.
The little china teacup contains swamp ooze and water from the river Styx.
What was the third thing I needed in there? Please tell me I don't need to come back here. Coins. Okay, let's try this again. This time with feeling.
Chairman. Alexander reached
What?
Despite...
I would...
My...
No.
And what?
I...
And if...
Agreed.
My first is foremost legally. My second...
The answer is love. Love...
Okay.
The servants of the Lord of the Dead stand silently at the head of the path to his throne.
Excuse me. I'd like an audience, please.
The shrouded guards escort Alexander to the throne of the Lord of the Dead.
Why have you entered my domain, still wearing your flesh? If you are so anxious for death, you might have found it easily enough in the land of the living. But since you are here, you are most welcome to stay. Kiss my hand, and you will be one with the spirits. There will be no pain.
I seek a boon, my lord.
Why should death grant you anything, mortal?
I did not come here to die, but to demand my right of challenge. I respectfully challenge thee, death, by throwing down this gauntlet. Man may pass the portal and seek its master, death. Man may pass where death has trod, and challenge like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod, to spare a mortal's breath.
He has the gauntlet!
Impossible!
He challenges death.
Who are you to challenge death?
A man of flesh is all I need to be, my lord.
And what is it that you seek with this challenge? The soul of some dead maiden?
I seek the souls of King Califim and Queen Ilaria, the land of the Green Isles.
You would save 2 human souls and emerge alive from this realm yourself? That shall be a difficult challenge indeed. The tomb does not open its doors lightly.
Either all 3 of us leave, or none go.
Very well. Then let me think of an appropriate task. Ah, yes. I have it now. Your challenge is this. For thousands of years, I have sat upon this throne. I have heard every sad tale that can be told by human lips. I have seen tragedies that ended empires, injustices that defy reason, love that would light the very stars turn cold and hard. I have seen torments that cannot possibly be borne, and yet must be, for centuries. This thing I have never done. I have never shed a tear. Make me cry, thou man of flesh. That is my challenge.
Make death cry?
Sooner could he turn sea to stone, or fire to ice.
If your existence has been all that you say it has, then truth alone shall be my sword.
The mirror's surface swirls with darkness for a moment, then fills with images even blacker. Reflections of despair, of wailing souls, of shackles colder and more immutable than any forged by man, of a world of thirsts that can never be quenched. Alexander feels the mirror tremble in his grasp, and is glad that he cannot see its face. But the Lord of the Dead is transfixed to the mirror, to the screening of his life. Things long forgotten are once more uncovered. His enslavement to this throne while still a man, the years of watching misery and horror and growing ever more numb to it, the seep of his own humanity, the slow growth of a new thing altogether which became that which he is now. His is an existence that has no possibility of redemption, no end. The surrounding spirits draw away in pain. The truth is so sharp it stabs, so intense it sears.
Take it away. Make it stop.
The mirror of truth cracks from the strain, and death sheds a single gray tear.
Truth is indeed a terrible thing. I have worn this mantle for so long, I had forgotten its dreadful weight. You shall take the souls and leave as I agreed. You have been granted to stay from this inevitable reality. I almost envy you. Find the souls he has claimed, and bring them to me. King Califim and Queen Ilaria, I presume. Your hero has won you a few more years of mortality. May your souls be more prepared for their rest when you return.
Thank you, my lord. I hope that they will.
And you, man of flesh, My steed shall take the three of you back to the land of the living. Tell her where it is you wish to go. Until we meet again, then. I assure you, we will meet again.
No offense, my lord, but I hope that will be many long years from now.
It is never as long as you might wish, mortal. Now, begone.
Yes, my lord.
Of course.
Are you coming, Majesty?
Alhazred's treachery must be handled carefully, Alexander. Alari and I must go gather our allies and form a plan. Watch over Casima. Make sure she comes to no harm. We will return as soon as we can to take back all that has been stolen from us.
I will keep her safe until your return.
Thank you, son. Your love for our daughter must be deep indeed for you to have undertaken death itself for our sakes.
Indeed. May we succeed in what awaits us, and live long together as a family.
Well, that's yay. Alright, new save. Let's get ready. So I think we're approaching endgame. Still a few things I need to do. Let me look at the book real quick. Oh, right. Speak. Okay, I'll do that in a bit. We did make rain, we did charming. Okay, so we will do the magic paint in a bit, but there's still some more things we gotta do. And I'm supposed to give the bird something, but I don't know what. What is this?
Alexander is carrying a message.
Okay, that's the message from Casima. No. Maybe? I don't know. Let me see if I can give the key to the bird.
Alexander shows the object to the bird, hoping to interest her. The nightingale doesn't want anything to do with that key made of bones.
Okay, well, so that's something for me. I feel like I missed something. Yeah, I missed something. I'll have to look it up later.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
Okay. Let's give you back the tinderbox.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please, choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And I don't know how long that message has been sitting there.
I think I'd like the painter's brush.
I can find out.
Very good, Prince Alex. The painter's brush it is.
Oh, that was
May
just
your
a moment
painting
ago.
go
Okay,
well.
cool.
Feel free to bring back the brush at any time.
Thank you.
I'm apparently paying attention to chat. Oh my gosh, this game. Oh, hold on. I gotta stretch. Hey, welcome back, Vague. We have just finished our foray into the realm of the dead. And I almost soft locked because I couldn't figure out what pixel I had to hit in order to get the water from the river Styx. But we're in better shape now. I feel like I'm missing something, but I don't know what. I'm going to go ahead and do my theatrics.
Alexander suddenly gets a very sneaky idea.
I can't go on anymore. Without Cassima, I'd just rather not live.
Prince Alex,
Yeah,
no.
you missed it.
It's true. The Wazir has beaten me. I give up. Poison is my last resort.
Stop.
I am no more.
Oh, what a waste. The poor young fool.
He's dead. He's dead. Wait until Abdul hears. He'll be so pleased.
Doing a dance over my corpse.
I told you not to pop in like that. You can learn to knock like everybody else. Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself. I have great news. Well, what is it? Prince Alexander is dead. He killed himself in despair over losing Cassima. What? Are you positive? That young man has proven to be most devious. I saw the whole thing myself, Master. He was really and truly quite dead. If what you say is true, it shall be most convenient. You've spent enough time on that little irritant. We must start thinking about the wedding. Anything, Master. Oh, I do love weddings. Well, we do want you to look your prettiest, don't we? Now, Shamir Shamazel, to the lamp with you. Prepare yourself, as we discussed.
So there's a...
Alexander's heart lurches to life in his chest.
Prince Alex! But you were...
Sorry, friend. I was doing a little acting, I'm afraid.
Ah, of course, the strange cloaked man. You are quite clever, and a bit too exciting for an old man.
Yeah, I kind of like that. No, stop, don't. Kind of Willy Wonka-ish there. And there's a bit of metagaming that you basically have to do at that point. You have to pay attention to the cutscene. Go out the door. I'm gonna save, just in case I misclick. Nope, play.
Old lamps for new.
Yeah, I know.
Excuse me, peddler, but I have an old lamp that might interest you.
Ah, an old lamp. And what a nice traditional design, too.
Yes.
Take your pick of my new lamps. Ah, a fine choice, my son. Here is your new lamp. Good day, and I thank you, sir.
Good day.
Drat, another dud.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I grabbed the right one.
Alexander has obtained a new lamp made of blue-colored glass with a tall, thin neck and a cork-like cap.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I cannot... Let me... Oh, hi.
The villagers bustle about their chores. They seem a busy, if somewhat subdued lot.
Can I talk to you?
The woman seems preoccupied with her chores and doesn't notice Alexander.
Okay, fine. Okay. Let us assess.
The little china teacup is made of fine porcelain. The teacup contains swamp ooze and water from the river Styx. Alexander is carrying an unusually large black feather. Alexander dips the large black feather into the teacup and stirs the contents gently. To his amazement, the jet black color of the feather slowly drains from end to tip into the teacup. The teacup mixture blackens and thickens to a paint-like consistency. Alexander carefully puts it away, discarding the drained feather.
Okay. There's one more item that I can give to the Nightingale, but I don't remember what it is. Like, I distinctly remember a section of the game where I gave the bird something and it did not come back. I know it's not the dagger because I give that to Cosima later. There's something else. Oh, what is it? I don't think I have it, whatever it is. I tried the key. I'm okay with some backseating. Veg, do you happen to remember what the item is? I'm trying to figure out whether or not it's too late for me to do it or not. So I did the ring, then I did the poem. What is that third item? It's too late? Okay. Well, if it's too late, that's fine. What is the item? Oh, it isn't too late. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. So it's not too late. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay. That's... let me ponder then. Well, let me save. If it's not too late, I better save before it is too late. Okay. I have already seen it. And it's not currently in my possession, so I need to explore. Oh! Of course! The rose! Oh, come on, go to the beach. I'd get it eventually. No, not that. Touch that.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
I was trying to think, like, what's some, like, token of affection that, you know, people give to each other when they're feeling sappy. So we've got poetry. Oh, right, flowers, duh. Alright, I forgot that this was something that you could get more than once. Which, you know, makes sense, because there's flowers all over the place.
Alexander takes a magnificent white rose from the rose hedges.
And... Alright. Now I think we're ready. Yes, you did. Excuse me. Yep. Already went dead and back. Alright. Let's see. I think I'm ready. Because this I give to Cosima. This I use for later so that I don't have to use that. This is a just in case. This is also a just in case. I think. I forget. So I think, if I'm remembering correctly, for this, I have to get captured on purpose once. I think. So it's like I get 2 chances, maybe 3, depending on... I forget if Jalo lets you out. But yeah, let's...
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
I think I'm about as prepared as I can get right now.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Captured where? By the guards? Or do they just kill you outright? I thought you get thrown into a prison. Okay. Let's... Yeah, the castle. Yeah, because that's where I'm going next after I give the flower.
Alexander holds out the rose, hoping that the bird will deliver it to Cosima. The nightingale takes the rose and heads for the castle once more.
A white
Almost.
rose. How beautiful. It must be from Alexander. How I wish that I could see him with my own eyes, but Abdul will never allow it. He only risks capture by sending me these things, dear to my heart though they are. Fly elsewhere, my pretty friend. Do not endanger Prince Alexander again by taking tokens from his hand. Forgive me, Alexander, and forget me. I cannot return your love, for fear that I shall never leave this castle again.
Alexander waits in vain for Cosima's nightingale to return, but the bird does not. Could there be something wrong? Or does Cosima simply not welcome his attentions further?
Okay. Time for us to do the things. Yeah. There's a lot of great things to the art in this game, but not quite perfect. Hi guys, don't mind me. Just passing through. I'm certainly not planning on finding my way into your castle through a side exit that I'm going to make myself and rescue the princess. Come on, pixels. Thank you. That's going to be a problem if I end up with having to pixel hunt and exit for the blah thing. This sequence. Okay. Now let's do some magic. Actually, I'm going to create a... Well, no, I don't need to. I think building inspector, time for sidewall checkup. That's very true. Let's see.
Speaking the incantation would do little good unless there were a painted object nearby to enchant.
Oh, right. Derp. I gotta do it first.
To paint something, Alexander must first choose a location where he wants to paint. The paint can then be used on that location. Feeling artistically inspired, Alexander decides to make use of the large blank castle wall.
Picky, picky.
Ah, a doorway. Just what Alexander was thinking this wall needed. With trepidation, Alexander gathers his strength for the enchantment of the painted door. Magic paint, black as ink. Bring to life what I think. Make it real what I draw, according to this spoken law. The spell worked. The door has magically solidified. Eager to be inside the castle at last, Alexander opens the enchanted door and steps inside. The magic paint door fades back into the wall. So much for an easy exit.
Okay.
3 dungeon doors line the east wall of the hallway. Alexander opens the dungeon door and slips inside.
Okay. Those are some loud clangings. You would think that somebody would notice.
Alexander opens the dungeon door and slips inside.
Oh, there we go.
Mother? Mother, where are you?
What's the matter, little boy?
I'm lost. I can't find my mother. I don't know why she would just leave me here. I've been alone ever so long.
You must be the son of the spirit I met in the realm of the dead. She gave me this handkerchief and asked me to tell you that she's waiting for you there.
It's Mama's. It even smells like her. I can feel her now. I know where to go.
Wait. Before you go, is there anything you can tell me about the castle?
I like to play in secret places. In the basement behind the Man of Steel is a door. Nobody except me knows it's there anymore.
Oh, right. That was why I needed to do this.
Farewell.
Alexander decides to find out what's on the other side of that door.
Prince Alexander, I can't believe it. How did you get into the castle?
Well, actually, it's a little hard to explain.
I bet. You run a terrible risk of being here, though. The castle is crawling with guard dogs, especially today. The Wazir will have your hide if he finds you.
I know that, Jallo. But Cosima is being married today. What greater risk is there than that?
Of course you're right. Young love. I forgot what heartburn it is. But what are you supposed to do about it?
I have some antacids.
I've got to try to see her. Maybe even stop the wedding.
Is that all? And here I thought you would try something dangerous. Oh.
Don't worry about me, friend. Just tell me, where is Cosima?
As far as I know, she's still in her bedroom upstairs. You'd never make it up there, though. The guard dogs are everywhere, and they're very loyal to the crown. Unfortunately, right now the crown means Al-Hazred. If we had proof of something truly afoul, the guard dogs might listen. As it is, they're your enemies, not his.
I understand. I've had no lack of enemies since I got here. In fact, you'd almost think I wasn't welcome.
And they say princes have no sense of humor. Well, I can see there's no putting you off. For Cosima's sake, I wish you luck. I'll be here if there's anything you need.
Thanks, Jalo. I've been thinking of what you said about swapping a replica for the genie's lamp. I got this lamp from the old lamp seller in town. Do you think it will pass?
Don't drop it.
Why, yes! It's an exact replica. That's amazing. How did you guess?
I suppose it was intuition.
I'll have to wait for the right moment, mind you. But I should be able to get close enough to swap this for the real thing, and none shall be the wiser. Now you shall see Jalo's skill.
I'm sure your hands are mightier than my sword, my clever friend.
Go ahead and do as you've planned, and let me worry about swapping the lamp. If I accomplish the trickery, I'll manage to get the lamp to you somehow. You never fear.
I have faith, Jalo. You are a true friend.
Oh, shucks. I'd do anything for the princess.
I'd have to re-listen to that, but it wouldn't surprise me. He does have quite some impressive jowls there. Okay. We are making good progress. Wait.
Alexander couldn't possibly carry that heavy rug with him. Alexander doesn't want to intrude on Jalo's privacy by looking through his trunk.
Okay, just making sure that there was nothing in there that I needed. I didn't think there was. I think it was just the Jalo thing. Come on, go. There we go.
A closed door on the north wall bears a small brass plaque. The plaque reads, "Guard Room." Uh-oh. Remembering what the little boy ghost said, Alexander experiments with the suit of armor. He pushes down, then pulls up on the knight's right arm. A secret passage.
Very seamless passage there.
Alexander hears the sound of voices coming from nearby. Alexander peers through the chink in the wall.
Captain, I've been hearing rumors from the guards who've been watching the princess. They say lately she's been pounding on her door and begging to be let out. Ain't none of my business, sir, but news like that is upsetting the other dogs. Ain't no guard in the castle who would willingly keep the princess anywhere she don't want to be.
Alhazred claims that a foreign intruder is here to assassinate her. That's why she's got to be kept under lock and key, right up until the wedding.
Call me an old dog that can't learn new tricks, but I say the princess should be the one giving the orders.
Alhazred has been in charge for months, what with the king's death and Casima's mourning. Tonight, the wedding will seal it, and there's nothing we can do about it. Like him or not, he's our liege. Need I remind you of your oath to the crown?
Aye, we've an oath. For the sake of the princess, we'll not be forgetting it. He'd just better treat her well.
Speaking of the Wazir, what do you reckon he's keeping in that magical room of his?
It's not a magic room. It's just the door he's enchanted somehow. I say he's still got the royal treasury in there, along with whatever else he's so eager to protect. Not even the court treasurer is allowed in there anymore.
I heard him in the hall the other day. He was
I think
speaking
so.
of that door. Black magic is what I say. I heard him say Ali, but then Bay came up and started yapping at me.
Enough! It is not our place to question the practices of our liege, no matter how strange. The wedding will be starting soon. Report to the throne room when you hear the music start.
So, Ali is something in part, but I don't remember. We'll probably find the rest of it when we get up to his room. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Saladin and the Gate were both the same voice actor. Oops.
Alexander peers through the chinks in the wall, trying to locate the source of the crying sounds. Alexander's palms begin to sweat and his heart to race. It's Cosima. He's found her.
Psst. Princess Cosima.
What? Who's there?
It is I, Alexander. I'm here behind this wall.
My, how suave that sounds.
Alexander? It really is you. Oh, I knew you were close by, but how did you get inside the castle walls?
It's a long story and not important now. You did get my ring.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, yes. It has brought me such comfort, Alexander, to know you were close by and had not forgotten. But you shouldn't be here. You're only endangering yourself.
I don't care about the danger. I would brave anything to learn.
What is it?
Alhazred, do you want to wed him, Cosima?
Oh, please believe me when I say that I never agreed to marry that man. Even when my father trusted Abdul absolutely. I never liked him. But with mother and father gone, I'm afraid there's no stopping him.
If you do not wish to marry him, Cosima, you shall not. I promise you. Only come with me now, and we shall escape.
Come with me now, through this
How?
wall.
I cannot fit through this wall. Besides, do you think I could leave my kingdom, my people, in Abdul's hands? But Abdul would tear the castle apart if I were to disappear from my room. You shall have to do what you can to delay his plans from your end.
I can't just leave you here.
Alexander, do not despair for me. I have been safe in this room for nearly 6 months now. Abdul can be in no hurry, whatever he plans. After all, I'm to be his bride, am I not? I have been planning too, you see. I believe I can escape. If I can only get a chance to lay my hands on a weapon, there might be an opportunity in the hustle of the wedding.
But I...
Shh, just a moment more, then you must go. Let us not waste time with words. Please, let me just look at you, dear Alexander.
Here, take this dagger. It's not much, but it might come in handy.
Why, it's perfect. This is just the sort of thing I've been looking for. Thank you, Alexander. I'll keep it close and use it if I must.
Okay, I think that was all I needed to do here. I hope, anyway.
Alexander looks with longing at the fair Cosima.
And yeah, he is
She's
really
even
puffy.
more beautiful than he remembered.
Look at this. That is so much puff.
Oh no! Someone's coming!
The lock on Cosima's door rattles abruptly.
Alexander, hurry! Step away before they see you!
Alexander hears scuffling and a woman's brief cry from the other side of the wall. Then, silence.
Come on, go through the door. He is deflate. Right now he's having trouble walking through a hallway. My god, game, why? There.
Alexander hears the sound of scratching coming from the other side of the wall. Alexander looks through the chink in the wall.
Dear Shadrach, salutations from the Society of the Black Cloak, etc., etc. My long preparations are about to come to fruition. In a matter of minutes, I will wed the lovely Cosima. Once I've established my power and my crown, I can stage another accident. The princess has proven infuriatingly stubborn, as you know. She's becoming quite a dangerous little thorn in my side. In a way, it is a shame I have to kill her. She is lovely and would be amusing to keep around, but I can't risk her talking treason to one of the guards. So far, I've managed to keep her locked away, but I can't continue that forever. Well, on to it now. I'd send her to you, but as you know, I had no luck in doing so with Mordak.
Me
I close
too!
in triumph. King Abdul al-Hazred. I think it's about time to see if Shamir has taken care of the wench as I asked. It's almost time for the wedding.
The Wazir's words fill Alexander with blazing anger and fear for Cosima's life.
That blackguard! That murderous swine! He'll not have his way if I have anything to say about it.
There's a vague outline of what appears to be a door on the wall. Alexander sees nothing of interest there.
Can I open it, or do I have to do something? Oh, okay, good. It just opens.
Alexander sees lots of black cloaks.
I feel like I need to do a new save. Vague outline.
The trunk is locked.
Can I use the skeleton key on that?
Alexander inserts the skeleton key in the trunk's lock and turns it. He hears a click. Alexander opens the trunk. Alexander picks up the most recent letter and examines it. The letter is addressed to Abdul al-Hazred from the wizard Shadrach. It reads, "Greetings to a brother of the Black Cloak. I was sorry to hear of great Mordak's death, though he was a bit of a ninny at chess. It seems the plans for that little kingdom of yours are coming along. I must congratulate you on your handling of the king and queen. Isolating the island so that no protest could develop was another brilliant stroke. It looks like there's not much left to stand in your way. Do as I recommended with the girl, and you shall have your crown."
That fiend!
What is this?
Alexander opens the ebony box and looks inside. Inside the ebony box is a piece of paper with the word Zebu printed on it.
Oh!
Alexander can read the piece of paper without taking it. A worn old brush is among the box's trinkets.
Okay. So that was the second half of what I needed. Now I think... Now is where things get a little spicy.
Alexander steps confidently out into the upstairs hallway and sees two guard dogs.
Hey, who the...
Hello there.
Don't just stand there. Grab him, Bay!
Okay. Let's try that again, this time with more stealth.
A door leads into the hall. There's a...
Hold on. I'd walk over there.
Alexander peers through the keyhole.
Oh, keyhole. Cool. Perfect. Okay, so if they walked out... Let's save again.
Alexander
Oh, why are
steps
you
into the
facing in
main
that
hallway
direction?
while the guards are headed south on their patrol.
Ah! This is the part of the game that just kind of irritates me.
Alexander peers through the keyhole.
I hope that's it. Oh my
Alexander
god!
steps confidently out into the upstairs hallway and sees two
Did I wait
guard
too
dogs.
long? Okay.
Alexander peers through the keyhole. Alexander steps confidently out into the upstairs hallway.
Yeah, I don't think that this is the direction. Okay. Yeah, I don't... Now that you mention that, I don't think I did that either. No, you're right.
Alexander crawls back through the wardrobe to reach the secret passage.
I'm basically being shepherded back in this direction. Haha, because dogs. Okay. Now what I need to find the room where I have to say the magic words. I don't remember if that's upstairs or downstairs though. I thought it was downstairs because I remember there being a lot of blue stone. Come on, Alex, you can do it. There we go. And I need to grab something real quick. No, my stomach was a little bit acidic. Come on, go. Pixels. Pixels. There we go. Okay. Now I think this is just another dungeon.
Alexander opens the dungeon door and slips inside.
I'm a dummy.
There's a strange door on the west wall. There doesn't appear to be any handle or keyhole on the door. Since the door on the west wall has no visible knob or handle, Alexander decides to try to open it with his voice. He composes his words carefully.
Listen, door. I would have you open. Ali Zebu.
It worked.
Okay. Now I think we're getting close.
A small table graces the middle of the room. The table is covered by a velvet drapery. The initials AA are embroidered on the drapery.
AA? That must stand for Abdul Al-Hazred.
Alexander pulls the drapery aside, curious as to what might lie underneath. On the table is a miniature oak tree. It looks very old.
That must be the sacred miniature oak that the Druids thought the Winged Ones stole.
On the table is a coat of arms with the head of a beast on the crest.
Beast said that his coat of arms was stolen by the Druids. This must be it.
On the table is a fleece made of gold.
That fleece must belong to the Winged Ones, and they thought the Isle of Wonder had taken it.
On the table is a strange-looking stone that's giving off an odd, high-pitched noise.
That must be the Isle of Wonders singing stone. Didn't the queens think that the beast had stolen it?
As Alexander looks at the objects on the table, he realizes the depth of the Wazir's cunning. It must have been the Wazir or an accomplice who stole that one thing most precious to each island, and then leaked rumors that one of the other islands was responsible.
What did the Wazir have to gain by causing the islands to hate one another?
Well, that's kind of obvious. Okay. Do I have to look at it any further, or...?
The Isle of Wonders singing stone is perched on the table.
Okay. I guess he just got enough speculation. He can put two and two together, I hope. Okay. Now, if I'm remembering correctly... Now I think things when we roll into action.
Alexander hears the sound of music coming from the east. It sounds somewhat classical, but... Oh no, it's wedding music. Alexander hears a door of the North Hall open. Then, the sound of guard dog footsteps. The footsteps are headed this way.
Oops.
Alexander hears the sound of a guard's footsteps.
Oops.
Alexander hears the guard enter the West Hall. Alexander looks cautiously around the Grand Hall, but there are no guard dogs to be seen.
I hope I got everything I needed.
The wedding music is coming from behind those two large doors.
Prince Alexander, here, the Wazir will have my head for allowing you within a mile of the royal wedding. Since you are of noble birth, I will give you 5 seconds to explain your presence here before killing you. I warn you, it had better be good.
Alexander is carrying a letter taken from the Wazir's trunk.
I hope this is what I need.
Wait. If you love your princess, you'll hear me out. The Wazir is not what he appears to be. Cosima is in terrible danger. I have proof that this is so. For your princess's sake, you must believe me.
Let me see that.
Saladin reads the letter, his sword point still against Alexander's throat. Alexander watches the guard dog's noble face darken with rage.
This is treason. I'll have his throat. But how do I know this letter is not a forgery? You could have written this yourself.
But I did not. Have you no doubts of your own about Alhazred? Don't you see? All he wants is the crown. Cosima is being coerced. We must stop the wedding.
It is true. I have had my suspicions about the Wazir, especially when King Califim and Queen Alaria died. But I have seen Cosima with him several times. She appears to be quite happy, even enthusiastic. I don't believe she could love him if he truly were so wicked.
I cannot believe for a moment that she loves that snake.
A jilted lover would not believe it. But come, see for yourself.
The captain of the guard leads Alexander into the throne room, where a ceremony seems to be in progress. Alexander feels his blood run cold at the sight.
I, Cosima, declare Abdul Alhazred as my lawful and beloved husband and king of this realm.
But, Cosima, what are you saying?
Do you still claim that the princess is being forced? Perhaps it's you that's the danger, as the Wazir has said.
I don't remember this sequence too well anymore, even though it's the ending and I should remember it, so let's hope that I do this right.
Cosima, stop!
Prince Alexander here? This is an outrage! How dare you allow this traitor to get past you, Saladin? You stupid mutt! Can't you even keep the castle free of assassins during your own princess's wedding? Kill him! Kill him now!
Lord Alhazred, with all due respect, you are not quite king yet. And this is a wedding ceremony, not an execution.
What? How dare you contradict me, you flea-bitten mongrel! I gave a direct order. Obey me, or feel my wrath.
Milady, I apologize for my behavior, but I am yours to command in all things. I wanted merely to hear your own wishes from your own lips. Tell me what it is that you wish me to do with this young man, and I will obey.
Why, Captain, you heard my dear Abdul. If he wishes this atrocious young man's death, then I want nothing more than to see him get his wish. Obey thy liege now and always.
As you wish, Princess.
Just as Saladin prepares to run Alexander through with his sword, a shout is heard from the direction of the Grand Hall.
Hold! In the name of the true king!
Yeah.
King
Sparkle
Caliphim
contacts.
and Queen Ilaria burst into the throne room, looking alive and well, and full of wrath. Behind them, a line of supporters look prepared to battle, if necessary, for their beloved royal couple.
Cosima, darling, are you all right? Has he hurt you?
Hands off of her, you murderous goat!
If I want your advice, I'll ask for it, Mother.
But, Caliphim, that's not Cosima. I'd know my daughter anywhere.
What have you done with our daughter, you devil?
The lovely image of Cosima suddenly bursts into smoke and is replaced by the Wazir's genie.
Why, you conniving serpent!
Get him, guards! Saladin, your sword!
Drat it all! You may have ruined my plans, but you won't get me, or your precious Cosima. Get them, Shamir! I command you!
He's getting away! Stop him!
Yes, sire, as soon as I deal with this genie.
Shamir, the Wazir's genie, begins to throw balls of dazzling light at the guard dogs.
Trying to remember. I think I just go for it. Let's make sure.
Alexander, be careful. Alhazred has a sword.
Shut up, wench! Shamir Shamazel! Get in here!
Here I am, Master!
It's about time, you bumbling fool! How could you let him follow me?
Well, there were the guard dogs, Master, and then...
Never mind! Just kill him! Kill him now!
As you wish, Master. Razzle, dazzle, snap and snazzle!
There we go.
Alexander, I did it! I swapped the lamps! Here, quick, take it!
Bless you, Jallo. I knew you could do it. Now get clear, friend.
No arguments there, my lord. Good luck!
Shamir Shamazel, hold your spells. I am your master now. I order you to go back into your lamp.
How did you get my lamp? You thief! You've ruined me!
My lamp! Oh, thank Valhalla! I hated working for that loathsome creature. I already feel his nastiness leaving me. How I've longed for a master like you.
Brief pause there. Don't take those words out of context. But let's continue.
I've got a new master. I've got a new master.
So, you are a thief as well, Alexander. Stealing the lamp was very clever, I'll grant you that. But I am the master thief. Face my sword if you dare. The man left standing shall have the lamp.
So shall it be, Alhazred. I don't need the genie to deal with a coward like you.
Inspiration, Alexander fixes upon the only weapon in sight.
Zounds! This sword must weigh a ton.
Good. Then you shall only fail sooner, my prince. So, the mouse would bite?
This mouse shall bite, as you shall soon see. Or should I say, soon feel?
Ha! You can barely lift that sword, my prince. Better to lay it down now. I promise to dispatch you with little pain.
A tempting offer. But I think I'll wait and see what this sword can do.
Suit yourself.
I'm glad that I don't actually have to do anything for this segment. Nice oof sound effects. That was a good oof. Oh god, I don't think I would succeed if it was an action sequence.
Alexander's arms start to tremble under the effort of wielding the huge sword. His muscles are nearing exhaustion.
Ha! And so it ends.
Not if I can help it, you murderer!
Cosima thrusts the small dagger into Alhazred's shoulder with all her might.
Ah! You dare raise a finger to me? You will regret that, princess.
We did it!
Cosima, are you all right?
I'm fine, Alexander. I was just so afraid for you.
There's no need to fear anymore, Princess.
Yes, I know. How can I ever repay you? For myself, for my kingdom.
It was not in me to let harm come to you. Can you find it in you, Princess, to give me more than your gratitude?
Alexander, what are you saying?
I love you, Cosima. Would you ever consider... Do you think you could... marry me?
Could you ever have doubted it, my prince?
That jaw movement implies quite a bit of tongue.
Oh! Guards!
Princess Cosima, are you well?
I'm quite well, thank you. Please take Abdul and put him in the dungeon. See to it that he gets a doctor.
Yes, Majesty.
Not very long. They had a brief hello. I mean, unless she could somehow talk to him while he was trapped in the jar in the previous game, which I kind of doubt. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Cosima and Alexander ask Captain Saladin to perform their wedding ceremony. Saladin is honored to do so.
On this historical day of great joy in the land of the Green Isles, we witness the union of Cassima, beloved princess of this realm, and Alexander, Prince of Daventry. Do you, Prince Alexander of Daventry,
Yeah, I
take
don't think
Princess
so.
Cassima to be your wife, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
And do you, Princess Cassima of the land of the Green Isles, take Prince Alexander to be your husband, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Do you have a ring?
I have Alexander's royal insignia ring.
Very good. Please place the ring on Cassima's finger. Who gives this bride to be wed?
Her mother and I willingly give our daughter's hand in wedlock.
Who will speak for the groom?
I will. Alexander's mother and I recognize his marriage to Princess Cassima with glad hearts, and sanction this union.
Then, Alexander and Cassima, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Congratulations, my children. I have an important question for you both. Please hear me.
Yes, sire?
Alexander, I welcome you into our family with open arms. I placed trust in Alhazred because I so badly wanted a son and a husband for my beloved daughter. I was wrong.
I'm not crying, you're
But
crying.
You are true and good, Alexander. You have proven yourself to all my people.
Thank you, sire.
Olaria and I have been through much. Even though we have returned to our kingdom, I do not think we are able to reign again. Will you two consider the crown? I know as king and queen, you can heal this small kingdom from all the damage that Alhazred has inflicted upon it.
Oh, Father.
Why, I'm honored. What do you think, Cassima?
I love my homeland, Alexander. I would be happy to stay and serve it all my days.
Father, I believe I'm needed here. Would you be very disappointed if...
Son, you must follow your destiny. I do believe the land of the Green Isles needs you. You'll be a magnificent king, though dearly missed in Daventry.
Then, I accept.
Oh, my boy, what a man you've become. And how I will miss you.
Don't worry, Mother. With Shamir's powers, we'll be able to visit often. I'm not about to forget my family.
Congratulations, Alexander. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, dear sister.
Very true.
Oh, Alexander, I'm so glad. Between the return of my beloved parents and our new reign, you've made me so happy.
I'm glad I could make up for some of your suffering, my beautiful wife.
Congratulations, King Alexander. When we return home to Daventry, your crew will be glad to hear that their battle at sea was worthwhile in bringing forth a new monarch.
We were so worried when your men arrived home without you, son. I'm so thankful that you are safe and happy.
And I am as grateful that my crew did not pay for my driven heart.
You have only brought us all good fortune, sire. With Shamir saved and his power used for good, reuniting the islands will be far easier. He has already repaired the ferry. Your road will be easier now that the islands are no longer feuding. Already the wounds are starting to heal.
Yes, my love. Discovering the island's stolen treasures has done more to bring peace to this land than anything else. It is now clear that Alhazred had Shamir steal each of the island's most valued treasures, then blame
Broken
the thefts
back?
on others to cause the islands to hate each other.
Now let us celebrate our good fortune. The evil that has plagued this land is done, and a new reign begins. Long live King Alexander and Queen Cassima.
Long live King Alexander!
We just finished. We got the good ending.
Long live Queen Cassima! Long live the land of the
I think that's just King Graham holding her up. I don't know if I got a perfect score. We'll see in a bit. But this is the good ending. As far as I know, I don't think there's a better ending. Oh, it's even got the CD version. Or the CD song. Boy, this is going to be fun. I'm actually going to take my earbuds out because this song is an earworm and I'm susceptible to earworms. Yeah, Jollo dancing is the ultimate ending. We got the genie who was able to bring our parents in. Ouch! Just sitting cross-legged on my chair here. We brought the parents back. We reunited everybody. I'll put my earbuds back in. Maybe. This song is a product of its time.
I saw your face, and I felt our souls embrace.
If it's not meant to be this way, why do you haunt me night and day? Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you.
I'm gonna end up having earworms tonight when I go to bed. Yeah.
Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you. Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you.
I did 100%! Yes! I got the congratulations screen. Whew. Well, I would say that was 6.5 hours well spent. So yes, that was King's Quest 6. Wow, 6.5 hours to do that. Not exactly a speed run. But I am very happy that y'all were here for the journey through my childhood, remembering things as best as I could, stumbling a little bit here and there, having to map, of course, because it's a maze. You gotta map the maze. Oof. that was a victory. I wasn't sure if I would get 100% on that one, but I did it. So yes, and thank you, Vague, for your help with steering me a little bit, so that I could make sure that I was on the right track. So yeah, I think that that's about it for right now. What to do next? I have a question before I start wrapping things up. How is packing going, Cole? Have we made some progress? Are we done? Still got some things to do. Hope that the stream kept you motivated, kept you going on, figuring out those moon logic puzzles, like, how you're going to put the object A into container B or something like that. In the meantime, I'm gonna see who is up and running. I might do a raid. We're not gonna be able to do it through that. Let's open up the right thing here. Let's see. Do, 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 do. You're going to bed. Hope to catch another adventure next time. Well, hopefully I will do some more adventures. I'm kind of a bit of a variety channel at the moment, simply because there's not a whole lot of work-related content. I've got some things I'm considering, like Shadowrun Returns, or maybe some ESO. This was fun though. This was a lot of fun. Now, admittedly, the other King's Quest games I don't know very well. Those might be a little bit harder to do. King's Quest 5 I could probably do if well, I don't have a copy, so I'd have to get a copy first. But yeah, maybe I should buy that collection. Because I know I've got a copy of everything. Torrens Passage has no orcs. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was something that you had me write down. Well, I had me write down from your suggestion. I might look into that just to see what it's about and see if that is of interest. Cole, what do you think? Since Vega's going to bed, do you want to go on a raid, or you feeling like maybe we should just call it? Because I'm thinking if we go on a raid, we might pay a visit to, I'm probably butchering this name, Tristan, who is currently playing Breath of Fire 4. Who, and that was also another game that I was considering playing just because I love the art style. And Breath of Fire actually had a big impact on my childhood, just the first game. And the fourth game just looks really nice. Curled up in the beds. Okay, yeah. Well, we're not going to worry about a raid then. Let's end this on a quiet note. Let's curl up in bed, have a nice little snooze, get ready for the day tomorrow. I know tomorrow is going to be an adventure for you. Remember to point and click appropriately so that you don't end up falling into a pit, or eaten by Grooves or something. I don't know. But thank you everyone for watching, for following along. Thank you Vague for the follow. Also Saint Von Gesture, he was here earlier to pay a quick visit. Thank you very much for the follow, SVJ. And Cole, thank you for the host earlier. Everyone, I'm gonna call it. You all have a wonderful rest of the night, and until next time.